business has a bigger impact on society.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Career Summit. Charles Caleb Colton, an English cleric and writer, 18th century said, "We owe almost all our knowledge not to those who agree, but to those who have differed." Today, we have amongst us few of these people to share on how they differed and yet were हीरे का परख तो ज्वारी ही जानता है. The team at CareerGuide.com and Mr. Pranav Bhatia have selected a few of these questions and brought them onto this platform of knowledge sharing and learning. CareerGuide.com, a marketplace to get instant answers about career guidance from career experts, is the brainchild of Ms. Surabhi Devra. It is my pleasure to welcome these eclectic and distinguished speakers and participants to this Career Summit. And who am I? I am Kashira, a psychologist and career counselor with CareerGuide.com and a partner at India's first virtual career counseling company, CareersForSure.com. I will be your host for the evening. It's a privilege to be here amongst all these stalwarts. Knowledge can only be volunteer and conscripted. I thank our speakers for offering to share their knowledge and learning. I also thank Kissing for their partnering us in this endeavor. To make the most of this, I urge you, the participants, to keep posting your questions in the comments box. Surabhi tells me they are exciting viewers for the best questions. So keep it coming, guys. And also a quiz for the students. So listen, ask, and take a lot from here in the next 3 days. Being an ardent learner, I am super excited about the topics that are to be curated and also the speakers. So without much ado, let me introduce the first speaker of the evening, Dr. Maneesh Mishra, on the topic, Changing Nature of Careers in the 21st Century. Dr. Mishra, a capability building expert and an impact measurement specialist, is also a teacher and a consultant in areas such as HR, L&D, and sustainability and CSR. He was part of the team that developed the training system of UIDAI, Unique Identification Authority of India, one of the biggest identity projects in the world. As a capability building consultant, he has consulted with organizations on training, organizing, and design capability setting up of learning academic. He has published many research papers, case studies, and newspaper articles. His specialties include impact evaluation, capacity building, and consulting. Welcome, Dr. Maneesh. I would also like to introduce Ms. Surabhi Devra, one of the entrepreneurs. Hi, Surabhi.
Because I think there's some issue with your voice side. Maybe you have switched on your phone video also or something. You have switched it on.
Come again? Sorry, I didn't get that.
There's some issue of your voice. Maybe you have switched on your phone video also. But glad to have Dr. Maneesh from Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship. Thank you. Thanks, Arjun, Maneesh, for taking time to speak. In fact, we have some very interesting things coming up, some interesting questions which rolled in for you. So, Dr. Maneesh, Mishra gave a very interesting introduction, but more importantly, I think Dr. Maneesh is doing much more for this country because he represents Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship. And when we talk about new age skills and careers, it's very important for us to understand individuals like Dr. Maneesh and insight because they finally get formed as policies. So, Dr. Maneesh, over to you.
Thank you very much, Surabhi, and thanks to the entire Career Guide team, Career Summit team, for putting together such a nice event, because I was going through this agenda of the event, and quite a good mix of themes and topics that have been put. I'm sure the participants would benefit immensely from interacting with experts from various domains. Speaking about myself, I am not a career expert, so to say. As Surabhi rightly pointed out, I have to have a privilege of seeing policy being made from a ringside, and especially policy in the area of skill development and education. And that is what has given me some understanding of how the jobs and the skills of future are changing. And therefore, the ones who are already part of the workforce and the ones who have to enter the workforce at some point in time in their in future need to be aware of what choices to make, because it seems in times like these that are further complicated by this health shock caused by COVID-19, we have to be very, very careful about what kind of careers we are opting for, and whether we are having a very close watch at the way careers are shaping up or not. So getting into the presentation straight, can I request Gaurav to put up the presentation? I somehow have not been able to. Yeah, thank you very much, Gaurav. The one phenomena that equally concerns in our times and age the ones who are already part of the workforce, or the ones who are supposed to enter it at some point in time in future, that is how the jobs are changing, how the skills that are required for jobs are going to change. And this is what I am going to talk about. And I'll briefly speak about what is the lay of the land as far as the jobs and skills for the future is concerned, and also what we can possibly do to prepare for that kind of a scenario, and then sort of look at some of the options that we can consider as far as the developing our careers in future is concerned. So the question that is facing us today about what career choices, what career choices should we make, and how the jobs are going to be taken away with the advancement in the technology and the machines, etc., is not happening to the humankind for the first time, right? This question of increasing automation, taking away the jobs, goes back to a minimum of 200 years back, when for the first time people started looking at technology as a competitor to the human beings. I'm not sure if many of you have looked at this triple revolution report that was submitted to the then president of US in 1964, Lyndon Johnson. And for the first time, it talked about how this entire society was actually on the brink of an upheaval because of the industrial automation and the kind of jobs people are going to lose. And this report, by the way, was prepared by very notable academicians. Two of them actually went on to become Nobel laureates. But 60 years from then, we know nothing of that sort actually happened, right? And so that was it. And then time and again, this kind of a thing has been broached. Many of these alarms have actually, proved to be false alarms later. But what it has actually done is it has actually given us a kind of comfort that every time this kind of an alarm is raised, nothing much of that kind happens. Technology comes, some companies actually go out of business, some people lose their jobs, and sooner or later people actually find ways to work with that new technology and nothing happens. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So yeah, the one that the early one. Can you please go back? Yeah. So the first of the workers to have lost jobs because of the technological innovation and technological advancement were horses, as we all know, and they lost their jobs to the cars, the lorries, the trucks. But we are human beings, right? And we are no horses. And the thing that actually distinguishes us from the horses is our ability to think, our ability to reason, and our ability to learn. But hang on, what horses were up against were not the kind of machines that the human beings are up against now. We are looking into a future where the machines can not only learn, but at some point in time they'll be able to think, and think almost in a manner in which a human being thinks. So what happens then? So probably the conventional response to the earlier such calls for alert, etc., is not going to work today. Now, because of this increasing automation, increasing innovation, etc., the world around us is also changing, and jobs are not the only things that are going to be affected. Look at how the economies are getting affected because of the waves of technological changes that have happened over a century now. Where were US and China, say, about when the first revolution actually came about? Today, both US and China put together, say, actually are 40% of the global economy, right? Look at the businesses, the way they have changed. The businesses that were listed on BSE in the 1990s, and this is from a government report that was recently published, the average age used to be about 60 years. And at the turn of the century, in 2015, 2016, all the businesses that have been listed on the BSE have an average age of about 12 years. So what has happened? The new technology, the new, the innovative practices, etc., they are driving the incumbent businesses out, and the smarter, more nimble-footed, more agile businesses are coming in. And the more nimble-footed, agile, and new-age businesses don't want the employees that possess the skills of yesteryears, right? They don't want people who go on over and over doing the same job. For those repetitive jobs, they have bots. They have humanoid, non-humanoid robots that they can put into action. They have very sophisticated machines that can actually do that job with more precision, right? So they also need and the employees of the new era. So if you look at what some of the reports on the future of jobs are telling you, that over to 90% of the employers are now waiting for expecting their employees to get retrained. More than 80% now feel that people who do not actually learn continuously, they can actually retain their jobs. So let's look at some of the jobs that are at a high risk of getting automated, and therefore people practicing those jobs and those occupations are going to lose them. And top of the list is something like a computer operator, and most of the computer operators that used to be it used to be a fancy job in 90s when the computers have been introduced to businesses, to some form of governance and every walk of life. That used to be quite a popular job. Now, increasingly, we are seeing a situation that computer operators are no more required. And you have a situation where the payroll clerks are not required. You have a situation where the executive secretaries and executive admins are not required, and most of these jobs are being actually done very, very efficiently by the machines. So these jobs are at a very, very high risk. Can we go to the next slide, please? And these are some of the industries that are seeing a trend of whether the jobs are being retained or they are going altogether out of business, or there are certain industries. What is the kind of transition that people are making? And if you look at it closely, you would see the arts, entertainment, and recreation is a sector that where most of the people have actually have lost jobs over the last 10, 15 years. The ones that are slightly more insulated towards from this increasing automation are sectors like construction, sectors like finance, sectors like government. They are more or less jobs that have not been actually have been as hard hit by this increasing nature of automation and this new technology coming in. And people who have actually been made, who have actually transitioned to other jobs, they have actually been going to the essential services from some of the sectors where they have lost jobs. They have moved to essential sectors like health and logistics and retail, and the other sectors which are actually insulated to some extent from the increasing automation, like construction, like your like the government job, and like the financial system. So this is a very interesting metric to now look and decide as to what all sectors are sort of in some way insulated, and what all sectors are the most affected in terms of jobs, and therefore can actually be used to make career choices. Now, having said that, what are some of the broad learnings here? And can we move to the next slide, please? So the lifelong employment with the same organization is very clearly a thing of past. I look at how my dad served as a professor with a college. He, after maybe about 42 years in service, he retired as a professor. And the kind of skills that he would have used were what? Teaching, maybe some bit of research here and there, and a little bit of administration. So 42 years with the same organization with maybe one or two skills. When I look at my career progression over the last 20 years, I would have changed 8 organizations. And the kind of skills that I would have brought to the occupation that I have been in were what? Consulting, research, little bit of project management, some administration. So many organizations and maybe a few more skills than what my dad used to practice. Whereas look at the next generation. Now the next generation is going to change jobs very often, and the whole concept is this job is going to change. What was said about the poor probably don't have jobs and careers. They only have economic opportunities, and they string through those opportunities to make some kind of a living out of them. I think it is also going to apply to the white collar workers in some sense, wherein they'll also have to look for opportunities, and these opportunities will be short term. There will be gig employment opportunities, and they'll have to put it together and try and create some kind of a career out of them. And therefore, they have to be extremely resilient and should be extremely open to moving from one job to the other as the opportunity presents itself. The changes caused by the technology is irreversible, and the jobs of new kind are emerging. About a decade ago, nobody even heard of somebody like Prashant Kishore. I mean, an election management company which uses technology, content, and social media platform in a manner to create the kind of impact people create the kind of impact on elections was unimaginable. But see the how it is actually impacting a variety of other things. And there's just one example. A variety of other examples in variety of different fields where you are seeing business models come up which probably were very unthinkable. I mean, who thought that a platform aggregator can come up and sort of aggregate all kinds of hotels and places where you stay and create a massive brand out of it. Who thought that you tomorrow have somebody like an Arjun company which sort of aggregates all kinds of people who provide services. Ola and Uber, those kind of platforms also. I mean, look at how massive businesses they have been able to create. And about a decade and a half ago, nobody could even have thought about the kind of these kind of businesses, and therefore, and they are going to stay, and they're going to further augment their services using more and more of technology, and increasingly they're going to create more and more employment opportunities in the ecosystem. And having said that, I don't think many of these platforms will actually create opportunities within the platform. They'll actually create opportunities in the ecosystem that these platforms create. So one has to be mindful of that. There'll certainly be some jobs that will be on that platform. There'll be very high-end, high-tech kind of jobs wherein you need to have the kind of digital skills that those businesses need. But at the same time, you should also be aware of the kind of opportunities it might actually offer to the ones who are part of that ecosystem. Career choices are also many and varied. Nobody today judges you for the kind of career choices that you make now. It's very interesting to note that in our times, probably it was mostly the engineering and medical were the prominent choices that were available. Maybe some other career choices were actually emerging. But in today's day and age, an admission to Paul Bocuse School of Cooking is almost as much an achievement as getting into National Academy of Administration, or for the matter, IIMS and INSEAD. So those kind of career choices were also not there, and people don't just judge you because you have actually made that kind of a career choice. And as long as you know what you're doing, and as long as there is a career at the end of what you're doing, I don't think people actually judge you by the kind of decisions that you make. So this is one important change that has happened. So what is important today is that you actually have a good sense of where the jobs are moving, what industries are coming up, and how the jobs are transitioning. Also, how should you be able to move from one particular job to a job which where you can actually use the transferable skills and also be able to learn new skills. So so understanding those upcoming industries and the kind of jobs is actually very, very important. Can we move to the next slide? Because what we are seeing here is, I don't know if you can actually see this very clearly. This is taken from World Economic Forum's transition into jobs of future. And if you can look at, so let me quickly sum it up for you. It talks about the jobs in engineering and also some of the jobs in IT. They are quickly moving towards something like quad computing, and the jobs in education is now moving towards education management. It's no more teaching in the classroom. It's actually also moving towards creating of content, which is a very interesting thing to note. The typical job of HR is now becoming a job in the area of people and culture, because most of the jobs in HR, like this payroll administration, recruitment, and some of the other functions, are now being done by the machines increasingly going forward. The jobs in IT are moving towards data and AI. The research is also moving towards data and AI, also, and also a lot of jobs in research are going towards the product development. So it's a very interesting uh, report on how and some of these conventional jobs are now transforming, and people in those jobs are actually making those kind of career choices. Can we move on to the next slide? Because that slide actually lists some of the important jobs that are coming up across various clusters. And if you look at it, we're talking about some interesting clusters such as cloud computing, you have content production, you have data and AI, engineering, marketing, people and culture. In people and culture, if you look at the kind of jobs that we are talking about, you're talking about this the business partner has become a very important role. You have actually, the culture specialist has become a very important role within the organization, that look at how teams across globe with different cultures, etc., can work. So these are some of the these are some of the job roles across clusters that have become very important over time. So having talked about the kind of jobs that have now become important, and also how the people actually are likely to make transition from one particular industry to the other in future, let me try and sum up as to what we are saying here. Can we have the next slide, please? So important is, in this fast changing world, one has to find ways of staying relevant. We should make sure that what happened to the horses should not actually happen to us. And for that purpose, we need to commit to something like lifelong learning. People resist change, and people will continue to resist change. But we all know that things around us are changing, and this pandemic, this health shock, has actually sort of exacerbated the developments that we were expecting to happen sometime in future. And the future is here and now, and therefore, in order to stay relevant, in order to stay in the workforce, we need to sort of commit to learning over time, and learning new skills that are likely to be in vogue. The critical skills, as they talk about, are the 4 C's, and we have often heard about how do we learn about collaboration, communication, creativity, and critical thinking. And out of these, my personal take is critical thinking, because understanding what to learn and understanding how to learn is very, very important. And critical thinking is something that probably we should actually pay a lot of emphasis on. The other three C's are also important, but looking at anything critically, and then sort of finding out as which way it is headed, and what to pick and what not to pick at this point in time, is also very, very important, and that needs to be an important skill in your armory. The quasi-entrepreneur attitude is also very, very important. And I just spoke about, looking at various opportunities to then string and give it a form of a career or something. It's very important for us to now know that since the permanent careers with organizations may not actually be likely for most of us, we need to understand as to what opportunities are we going after, and how can we move from one particular opportunity to the other opportunity, and then take full responsibility of our career. And sort of in a way, if you're part of this economy, where people actually move from jobs to jobs, and people move from one opportunity to another opportunity, it's you need to have the kind of risk appetite that entrepreneurs have. And at the same time, you have to manage manage these opportunities also like somebody manages the business, and you have to have those kind of skills to manage business. You manage your finances and make sure that there is a continuous stream of learning. So what opportunities to look for, exactly the way an entrepreneur does, right? So that is also very important. And digital skills are hygiene. I don't really need to talk about that at a great length, because we all know that no matter what career choices you make and what opportunities you pursue, you have to have the digital skills. You have to have you have to be be prepared for learning digitally, because most of these programs, and you would have also noticed that post this COVID and in our government kind of environment also, when we are moving a lot of programs on the skill development digitally now. I don't know if many of you have visited that site, but NESCOM has also come up with a future skills website along with the NSDC, wherein they have listed a lot of job opportunities there. They're talking about some 1.3 trillion jobs over a few years, and India alone has about $1 trillion dollar kind of an opportunity in the digital skills. But most of these courses are actually going to be taught out of the classroom. So you have to be open to that kind of environment, and I'm sure the Coursera's of the world has actually are actually preparing us for that kind of a future. So that is the future, and we have to embrace it wholeheartedly. So that is all I had to say, and in case there are questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thanks, Maneesh. In fact, that was very exciting. I really liked what you talked about, that we can't let happen what happened to horses. And definitely we are not horses. We can think. And it was perfect analogy, actually. In fact, this brings up one user question which has come out. And definitely, this is like road with the horse analogy. Then what are the skills which are common across careers? This is asked by Abhilash. What are the skills which are common across the careers? And in a single life now, multiple careers are possible. Has the career path is reduced in this decade? This is question by Abhilash.
How the career paths in life cycle time. Okay, so what are the skills common across careers? I just spoke about them, and the last slide was actually about that. We are talking about the 4 C's as the 4 C's of collaboration, communication, creative thinking, and critical skills. So their life skills plus digital skills are the skills that are actually the common thread across careers in the foreseeable future. So if that answers your question.
Sure, Abhilash, I hope that answers your question. In fact, we have a couple of more, Dr. Maneesh, for you. Yes. This one, what are 5 career fields you see going out from the market in next 10 years? Let's be specific. We want to hear your prediction, basically. 5 career fields you think will be not there.
That's a very difficult question to answer, Surabhi. And then I don't know what is the when you say future, what do you actually mean? Are you talking about 5 years? You're talking about 10 years? Because 5 years and 10 years are also very different projections that we're talking about. So I listed some of the careers there in one of the slides when talking about the repetitive job, careers that actually involve repetitive nature of work. This accounting of the nature that we know is going to be out very soon. The computer operator thing is going to be out very soon. The timekeeping in the factories, the way we used to see, is going to be out very soon. Teaching as a career would evolve, and so would some of the other careers. And none of these careers are going to be the same over a period of time. So it's very difficult to pick 5, but then this one can actually refer to some of these reports which make those kind of predictions. I'm not in that business, so sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. But then World Economic Forum comes up with a report every 2 years, I believe they're doing it now, and ILO also comes up with a future of work report, and you would actually get to see the kind of career choices one can make in the immediate and long-term future.
But we definitely got some 3 names from you.
Okay, they're my personal. They're my personal picks, but then you can't really rely on them. The future around us is changing.
Sure. In fact, there's this another question. What you have expressed that the contributors more important for future job scenario in terms of skills. Is it academics or is it emotional intelligence? Which one would you pick more? Give weightage more.
I would say emotion. If I got the question right, actually, I lost you in between. Emotional intelligence is something which is a cross-cutting theme. Emotional intelligence is a given, right? We are talking about life skills, and emotional intelligence is one of them. So no matter what career choices you make, this is going to be there. Academics, the way it is shaping up, it's very, very interesting. We actually are moving away from a typical classroom situation thanks to this COVID, and things are actually not going to be going to back to that normal that we are used to. It's going to go to a new normal. So whether and I really seriously see many of the top-ranking management and technology institution professors struggle embracing this kind of a technology. So even their jobs are going to be different. The kind of research projects they used to, they can now sort of collaborate with wide range of researchers across the world. And this AstraZeneca, and for the matter Moderna, the way they have actually come up with these vaccines, if you look at it, and there has been massive collaborative research that has happened, and for the first time in the history of humankind, a drug has actually, we are very close to sort of that drug discovery of this nature, and probably this is going to be the last pandemic in the history of human being is what is being predicted, because there's a new way of developing this vaccine. This is not typically the way a polio vaccine was developed. So hopefully this is going to be the last pandemic, and all this is possible because people have been able to collaborate given the kind of digital infrastructure we have now. So I think academics is also not an area which is going to be not affected by the way the things are changing around us.
So you're saying academics with emotional intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So Dr. Maneesh, a couple of more questions. I'll take another 5-10 minutes of yours. This is related to, again, similar things which we spoke about. Do you see some of the government jobs or recruitment processes going obsolete with the current pace of changing careers and skills?
Government jobs will not be obsolete as long as there's government.
Okay.
As long as we have an institution, and we choose to have an institution that we will give up some rights for the well-being of all. They might undergo change, right? But as this French saying goes, the more the things change, the more they remain the same. So the jobs are going to be there, but they are going to change dramatically. If you look at the role of a district collector today, that has also changed. Now they are actually reaching out to large number of outreach organizations and non-government actors in order to do a better job of administration. Move up the ladder and go to any of the ministries, be it union government or the state governments. They are now working with a range of technical experts who are out of the government, who have actually who actually are experts in their fields, and they have now started to learn to collaborate with them in order to come up with better policies, better program designs, better and effective monitoring, etc. of the program. So all that is happening. So I don't think government jobs are going to go obsolete. The way they actually sort of conduct themselves is going to change. Also, there is certainly a possibility of a lot of technocrats now from outside the government coming and joining the government, and that has already started to happen, right? I mean, recently, Government of India recruited some 5 odd joint secretaries from the open market, and this is a continuing trend in my understanding. This is also not something which is reversible. I mean, you'll have to have more technocrats. So soon you'll have a class of jobs within the government, which is kind of you'll get people from outside and a certain class which will actually be reserved for career bureaucrats.
Fantastic. So, to all the educators and students and professionals listening to this, Dr. Maneesh says that only government recruitment process has changed. A lot of experts and technocrats are being called in from the open market, may not be through the direct recruitment route. Fantastic. I'll take up last 2 questions, Dr. Maneesh. While you're representing the Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship, there are many who want to understand what are the kind of initiatives or some interesting initiative government is taking or is planning to take up to promote these new age skills and careers. Yeah.
I think I spoke about one of them, and that is a platform that has been developed by the NASSCOM, which happens to be the IT Sector Skill Council. And as you know, the Government of India, along with the NSDC, we have promoted about 40 odd sector skill councils to represent the hiring trends and hiring requirements of industries within their fold. So NASSCOM represents that IT sector requirements. So they have come up with a platform called nascom.futureskills.com, if I remember that correctly. And they are offering a lot of such courses that are going to be relevant. And there are courses on cloud computing, there are courses on cloud, there are also courses on artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. So lots of those courses are now available that you can enroll for. They all promote asynchronous learning. You can actually learn at your own pace, at your own convenience. So those kind of platforms are available. I'm sure more such platforms will come up to respond to this challenge of people actually wanting to have the availability to learn at their own convenience.
Sure. So through NSDC, NASSCOM, a lot of sector skill councils, those who don't know about them, it's government initiative to club different sectors and talk about different occupation standards, different occupations within it. And through PMKV centers deliver those programs and occupation. Am I right, Dr. Maneesh?
Yeah, PMKY is one program. There are a variety of other skill development programs that are there for aiding the people who actually want to learn about those skills. NSDC has come up with many programs in the past. One program that they have done in partnership with IIM is actually on cloud computing, and the entry criteria for that program is also low. I believe 12th class is the entry criteria, and some of the other programs that they come up with, and which may not actually look like they're preparing you for a career for today, but yes, they're preparing you for careers of tomorrow.
So this is my question, Dr. Maneesh. I've read that the demographic dividend advantage which we are talking about. So India has that advantage till 2055, possibly, and we have really seen in past that countries which had these advantage has really taken pace, like China, Japan, and other Asian countries. But we don't see any progress happening as of now. Is it bureaucracy? Is it corruption? What's that?
Well, last time India had this demographic dividend, we built Taj Mahal. So going by that record, we'll do something about it. That's yeah. But India also, I mean, that's a very valid question as to why we don't actually see the kind of progress that we should have seen. See, India also lives in many centuries, you would agree, right? And also this demographic dividend that we're talking about is not uniformly distributed across the country. While north of India, the states like Bihar, UP, Odisha, West Bengal are enjoying this demographic dividend. The parts of southern India and parts of Western India, they are aging faster than some of the countries in Europe. So it's not homogeneously distributed. Yeah. So in past we have seen massive labor movements from the states like the central province, which is now UP and Bihar, to Calcutta. Later they started going to the western part of the country, Mumbai first, and then to Surat and some of the other countries, some of the other cities. Now you can actually see a trend of all these workers are now headed to the southern part of the India, because they are typically the labor deficient states now because of this demographic disadvantage only. So you have many Indias within India. So I don't know, when you can't really have one common thing that you can say about the entire of India, but I'm hopeful that the way the skills training, etc., has picked up, the way the programs are now sort of penetrating deeper into the masses, I think people sooner or later, I mean, this will actually start showing impact sooner or later.
Yeah, we will have our own Taj Mahal by that time. Yeah, so there's some question which is more career related, so I'm skipping. I'll take up this last question. I don't know how much relevant is this. It's from Sachin. Will the white collar job positions be retained in future or be replaced?
White collar jobs would remain, but the permanency of those jobs and the kind of security that comes with those jobs probably would not be there. Right. So I spoke about that, and you typically talk about poor, that they move from one economic opportunity to the other. The same is going to happen to the white collar jobs also. The future belongs to gig. I mean, increasing number of people, and this ILO Future of Jobs report very clearly brings out, and it has surveyed over thousands of employers across Europe and US only. I mean, I don't think Asian businessmen were actually sort of represented on this sample, but it gives a very good indication as to what the future has got in store for us. So most of these employers are now saying that they have increasing tendency moving towards the contractors for getting the jobs done. So even the white collar jobs are going to be done through the contractors. So one has to take sort of responsibility of oneself and be prepared for that kind of a future. And that is what I meant when I said you have to be a quasi entrepreneur. You have to sort of spot opportunities, move from one to the other, manage your books in a manner, and make sure that there's a steady flow of income going forward. But you have to be be prepared for that kind of future. If white collar jobs, you are attaching all the the perks of security, etc., those are going to go away. But with some change, the jobs are going to stay, but then whole treatment of these jobs are going to be different.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Maneesh. That was very, very insightful, very insightful. To all the educators, students, and professionals listening to Dr. Maneesh, feel free to reach out to him on LinkedIn. I just shared that, feel free to let him know how his talk was. Let us know how your talk was. Keep putting your questions. That's coming on pretty exciting. Thanks again, Dr. Maneesh. That was fantastic, fantastic insight. Something which I have been reading on the internet. It was totally new. And all those who don't want to be those horses, please get into some digital skills. Those are hygienic skills. Be that entrepreneur, have that quasi-entrepreneur skill sets in you, and have that 4 C's definitely with you. Because yes, things gonna change. Things are changing. And you have to be in tune and be a lifelong learner. Thank you, Dr. Maneesh. I'll get in touch with you.
Very much. Thank you.
So, yeah, are you coming on screen?
As soon as, thank you, Gaurav. Okay, that was an interesting session indeed, knowing about the changes. And one of the places where we all know that there is a change that's happening, and it's already started, is our education policy. So that brings us to the next topic of the day. National education policy, is that a game changer? On the panel, we have Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Senior Consultant Psychiatrist, Mulchand MedCity, Shravya Reddy, co-founder, board member, Presidency High School; Irfan A. Rizvi, professor, International Management Institute; Neha Sharma, principal, GD Goenka Public School; and the moderator for the evening will be Ms. Surbi Devra. So over to you, Surbi.
Nitya, uh, there's a bit of logistics thing. Can somebody send Dr. Irfan the StreamYard link? He was been trying to enter through Google Meet. Team of Career Summit, can you please send? Yes. Hey Neha, welcome. You will need to give a minute. Meanwhile, you can do a mic check testing.
I think I'm audible.
Yes, this is good. This is audible. Dr. Irfan needs a StreamYard link. He is waiting on Google Hangout. All right. By the time Dr. Irfan and other panelists join us, this is good. I'm getting to speak to you, Neha, with full attention and focus. Right.
That.
Fantastic. Great. So this entire earlier panel was by Dr. Maneesh. He represented Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship, and we talked about 21st century, how jobs and careers are changing. Now, interesting thing which happened during COVID, definitely to all the viewers, definitely the way we started learning became different, but another policy change came in. A new education policy was announced. Now, that definitely talks about the intent, and to all the students and professionals listening to this, it's very important to understand how this new education policy can impact and affect your careers too, or your education plan too. So, we will start a conversation with Neha. So, Neha, what's your take when it's come to new education policy? What do you think? It's good, bad, nothing changed, it's bureaucratic, it's like any government talks about it, like right to education and things like, and finally nothing happens.
Okay, so if I may be allowed to say so, I think it is old wine in the new bottle.
You're allowed to do that. You can be
Okay, so when I just saw Dr. Maneesh, I was mighty happy to see him because he's an old friend. And while I was working with CBSE for brief 5 months, I also was part of Ministry of Skill Development's very strong segment, which is National Skill Development Agency. And that was the time when we were regularly interacting. And I think I'm going to catch up with them just after this whole session. So when we were going through this whole idea of NEP, I'll just say one thing which made me very happy about this NEP is that it is very confidently and without any restriction talking about being an Indian, which was kind of missing in our previous policies. And what I very strongly feel as a person and as a principal as well is that it's great to have wings, but it's even more important to stay connected to your roots. And I'll just share a very small anecdote which was shared to me by one of my seniors who is from Indian Administrative Services. He said that it was once that the entire delegation went to a country. I don't exactly remember which country he was referring to. And when they were conversing on, evening high tea kind of a thing, the Indian delegation was all speaking in English, and they were just talking about all great things, and they were very, very much into English thing and all. So one of them was speaking to someone from that particular country, and they said that, you have been talking a lot about what is great there and what is great in other country and what you have learned from this country. What is it that you can talk about your country? would like to know more about what you have to say about your country, your culture, what you can bring on the table about the richness of diversity that you have in your country. And that person then came back and said that that time I really felt that I don't even know the capitals of all the states that I have in my country. And it was then I started knowing more about the states, the UTs, the various places that I have and that we have in our country. And I think this is something we all have to understand, that it's great for a child to know about the world, but then again your country is what will give you that sense of pride, that fair enough, we are doing well in almost every domain, be it science, be it technology, be it medicine, be it cultural arts, be it anything, name one and you'll have masters, you'll have gurus who can teach you a lot of things, or you just can admire them for the capabilities that they have. So we have to have our own homegrown heroes first, and then we should be talking about what are the good things that act as influences to us when it comes from various other countries, various other cultures. So this is one thing which I really like about this NEP, that it very strongly talks about connecting to the roots, but yes, at the same time it is a very, I'll say, ambitious document. There is a lot it plans to accomplish which is required. Say for example, it somehow shuns this whole idea of rote learning, it focuses a lot on creativity. It has somehow said that let's blur or rather altogether finish that line between various disciplines, which you have also said that it is something which should be kind of discussed today, and I believe today's session. So all these ideas are very interesting, and the most interesting thing which I talk about, which I find in this NEP, is that it also focuses on improving the quality of teachers. So until unless we have good teachers, जब तक हमारे स्कूलों में गुरु नहीं होंगे, तब तक हम अपने बच्चों को जो कुछ हम सिखाना चाहते हैं या जो कुछ हम चाहते हैं कि वो सीख पाए, उसके लिए अच्छे एग्जाम्पल्स नहीं दे पाएंगे. सो आई थिंक आई वुड लाइक टू रेस्ट माय केस हियर ऑन दिस.
I think Dr. Rizvi is finding difficulty to connect to camera. My God, if you can check. Neha, you talked about that NEP talks about connecting to roots. Fantastic. It talks about languages they can pick up. But I genuinely think that's one of the very flawed part of NEP. क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जब जॉब्स की बात आती है तो हम इंग्लिश में ही चाहते हैं, जॉब्स अवेलेबल है, और ग्लोबल सिटीजन्स की बात आती है तो इंग्लिश बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो मुझे बहुत ज्यादा उसमें फ्लॉ लगा कि आप कैसे, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इंडिया के पास वन लैंग्वेज नहीं है. इज इट हिंदी, इज इट तेलुगु, राइट? Is it Tamil, or is it all the possible dialect which changes every few kilometers? So which definitely मुझे लगा कि it's बहुत absurd वो part आ जाता है कि you can pick up any language. That's one. But interesting thing you also touched upon, it also talks about removal of rote learning. All right, so let's talk about that. When you talk about removal of rote learning, and it talks about कि till 10th standard या till 12th standard, जो students have to get to tuitions to sit for board exams, that should not happen. It should not happen that, students are studying in school also, and then they are going and doing tuitions also. So exams or study patterns should be there in a way that the rote learning part cannot happen. Hey, Dr. Rizvi, welcome. Finally.
Hi there. Hi, Sophie. Is there some problem with my mic?
I think this is fine now. You can try it. If there's an echo at your side.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so when you have to speak, you will need to mute. You are unmuted now, Dr. Rizvi.
So,
okay. I think this looks better now. No, you are unmuted. You are unmuted.
Unmute.
So,
all right. I can get an.
And help him. I think some
Yeah.
of the devices are on, maybe a video on phone or something is on. So how is actually that possible? And an interesting thing is that it talks about coding from starting from right from 6th grade, right? Uh, so as an educationist, as a principal of a popular school where you're meeting and talking to so many parents, what's your take on it? And Dr. Rizvi, we will like to hear your take. You have been part of a lot of policy boards, you interact with a lot of students. What do you think about NEP, which talks about let's remove rote learning, let's remove the tuition system? Is it possible? Because that's a mega coaching center business out there. So that it's more like a mafia, tuition mafias out there. Will they like to stop it? Yes.
All right. So can you hear me clearly? All right. Good. Thank you very much for having me on board, Ms. Devra and Ms. Sharma. I was listening to a part of what Ms. Sharma was talking about. I think finally we have this new education policy. We have in India, we have actually arrived. Let me put it this way. Okay. It's not that earlier things were not right. Okay. So we have been accusing Macaulay for promoting English, what you call a language, and creating babus and so forth. So I'm not going to go into the historical thing, because we have this tendency of berating everything in the past and talking about what is the best thing that is happening are in the current. You know, as old people always talk about, हमारे ज़माने में तो ये होता था और हम नदी पार करके जाते थे पढ़ने और उसमें मगरमच्छ होते थे. We tend to glorify our past and then berate our present generation. So I'm not going to do anything of it. We have been doing very well. Today, where India is, okay, English education, whether the British did it for their own purpose or whatever, I think we cannot deny the fact that it has brought us here thanks to that, our software and everything else that has happened. Okay, and we have been able to compete with China. So on those fronts. Now coming back here, in the current thing, I think we have taken a leap forward in terms of taking our education to a different level altogether. Very rightly said by Ms. Sharma is that the focus has shifted from rote learning to more in terms of application orientation. I think this was something which was very much needed. Okay, because traditionally it has been the rote learning method. Application was missing. So now our children, right from class 1 to higher education level, they would be able to focus on understanding concepts rather than mugging up the concept and kind of regurgitating, or permit me to use the word, puking it in the examination hall. Okay, that's out, thankfully. What is going to happen?
I'll interrupt you, Dr. Rizvi.
Right,
It
please
talks
go ahead.
about ambition, but it does not talk about how can that be done.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I'm with you. As very rightly saying, Ms. Devra, is that the proof of the pudding lies in eating it. Yep. And we Indians have been absolutely fantastic in creating the policies. Okay. We have some of the best policies. And the question is in terms of application. But I think we must all appreciate the fact that at least it has come to our mind and we are focusing on that everything is not right with our education system. Okay. The rote system and the memory-based examination and so forth, it is not yielding us the kind of society we would like to create and the kind of Indians we would like to create. So that's, first of all, recognition of the fact that there is something not very right. Okay. Then you go and take a next step in terms of, okay, if it is not right, what is it that we need to do? So I think we have taken those steps. Now, application, of course, the real stuff lies in application. You can get all the ingredients to create a dish, but at the end of the day, you have to prepare the dish, and that's where the chef comes into picture. So in this context also, we as teachers, administrators, and school principals, everyone has to put our heads together. I mean, that's something which I have also been kind of thinking about, that we have a great policy. How do we go about implementing? I think we have to again start from afresh, okay, as to the way we have been imparting education or teaching learning in our system, right from So I'm with you, Ms. Devra, is that this is going to be a very, very major piece. Great policy. How do we make it happen? Because we have a huge issue in terms of quality of teachers, quality of content, the methodology or the pedagogy that is to be followed, and so forth. So that we need to set all those things right. But definitely we have taken the first step in very right direction.
So intent dikhaya. Dr. Neha, what do you think?
Okay, so here when it comes to rote learning, and I'll pick from where you just started this whole discussion with Dr. Rizvi, that what about the board exams? I think board exams are one thing which everybody is just focused about when it comes to school, be it 10th, be it 12th. So luckily enough, I was part of the team, the core team that brought in CC to the country. And I was also associated with the whole idea of bringing the 10th board examination for CBSE schools. Now, in this whole journey, what we felt, we can say one very good step was taken by CBSE board by introducing CC, that was continuous comprehensive evaluation. The only thing was it was withdrawn too soon before it could actually settle down. There was a lot of training required, lot of hand holding required, because teachers were gradually coming out of their shell and were exploring with the idea of formative assessment, understanding the difference between assessment for learning, assessment for learning, assessment as learning. And assessment was something which was coming out of those paper, those, writing to the classroom in terms of quizzes, in terms of debate, in terms of many other things like, which we can't even think of, role play. In terms of, say, a sports activity where you are doing a lot of mathematics as well and language as well, the project work. So with all these things happening, there was a start, and I'll not say that with withdrawal of board examination, the CC examination and board examination coming back, the journey has stopped. The journey is continuing, and CBSE board is still doing fantastic work. They have introduced very recently competency based education idea, and they are developing a lot of resources in that whole for that whole project. Then also there is this whole idea of experiential learning which is being introduced, art based, art integrated learning, the sports supported pedagogy. So all these ideas are there and they are being accepted by the teachers. There's a lot of training happening for the teachers through Diksha, and these are very interesting trainings, and the teacher can do it at their end, at their leisure, and they are at least now set on to thinking different. So it all starts from there. This is not something which change overnight, but the good thing is with NEP there now people have started, people were doing it, many good schools are already doing a lot of project work, a lot of thematic teaching, a lot of experiential based teaching, a lot of things were happening, but they were happening in silos. But with NEP there, everybody across the country has started thinking about it, which I think is a very good omen to start with. As Dr. Rizvi also said, that it's a good start. Now when it comes to implementation, if we expect that overnight the whole thing will happen, I'll just share here those who are in policy making, and if you ask them that how much time NEP will take to get implemented, they'll straight away say 20 years. And we have to wait. No, that's the fact. That's the journey of any education policy. Any education policy is given 20 years to get it fully implemented. Though there are a lot of hiccups in between, a lot of roadblocks, but most of it definitely gets implemented, and that's how our system is progressive. So with this whole idea, I think the good part is that we have started at least thinking of doing away with rote learning. The kind of questions that are being framed now are much different. So I don't know about you, but yes, I think Dr. Rizvi, maybe he'll be able to connect with this whole idea better, that when we were doing graduation, we could very well predict the question paper which was expected the next day. Those 5 perfect questions, and you don't have to prepare the sixth one. You learn those 5 questions. It was easy. You just have to sit with those 15 years previous years papers, and you were able to identify that, fine, these are the 5 that'll be coming. And that's how at least I did. And but now the kind of questions that are being asked are somehow more towards high order thinking skills. They are actually letting the child think, so which I think is a good start. And by all means, see, rote memorization is something which will have to take kind of a back seat, and a proper idea of assessment will have to come to the schools, which should be more formative, competency based, and it should be promoting learning. So assessment should not be the full stop. It is basically, these are basically colons and semicolons, not even commas. You don't have to pause when it comes to assessment. You continue with your learning journey. You get the feedback, you feed forward, and that's how it should happen.
Right. So I hear both of you. So both of you have actually said, at least everybody has started acknowledging the new way of thinking. That itself is a beautiful start. And what I also take away, that current set of students or students who are entering in next 2-3 years in high school really don't have to worry a lot a while. Now, this brings out to a beautiful, beautiful point, which I think is the biggest strength of education policy. And I personally would want this to be implemented first. And I personally would want to see, and I see this is very easy implementation also. It's about education mobility. Ability to get certificate or diploma, even if somebody wants to drop out after year 1 or year 2 instead of completing the entire graduation. To all the students and to all the educators listening to this and who will be listening to this later on, remember, the one of the biggest highlight of new education policy, which is very easily implementable also, is that if you have entered a college, you could not complete your graduation, be it BTech 4 years or a BCom 3 years, and you want to drop out after 1 year. It could be you got into something else, you had some other skills, or you had some family issues, whatever it could be, you still will get a certificate and diploma. Many students came to us, Neha and Dr. Rizvi, saying that, oh my God, we are studying architecture so hard, and somebody will come in and they'll drop out, they still will be getting a certificate. So actually, it's more of a diploma or a certificate they'll be getting for the time they have spent, which right now was considered as a zero time. It was like time wastage. And I personally know, as a career counselor, number of students who have gotten disheartened because of this lack of confidence. They have spent 2 years, 2.5 years. They have to drop out for genuine reason, but they are still 2 years past. So what do you have to say about it? Because I personally think this is the biggest strength. Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, shooting this question at me. Okay. Before I actually come down to this question, Dr. Surbi, I would like to just take a step back. When we are changing the learning methodology, okay, and learning process, so teaching, learning, focusing on application orientation, then everything subsequently has to be aligned with this entire stuff, okay, right from assessments to rest of the thing, which is going to take a little while, okay. I hope, as Dr. Sharma says, 20 years. I think 20 years would be too long a time, and I think we'll be missing out a couple of generations in the process. So we would like to expedite the process, make it fast. Now, second question that you asked, Dr. Surbi, is this mobility. I think that's a very interesting part of this entire thing, is that when I drop out, frankly speaking, as a teacher, I would say no student should drop out because of certain financial or other compulsions. If you have taken admission, I think you would like to complete it. So now, if you are forced to drop out, or maybe you have found some other option, etc., so you come out with at least having something in your hands, a certificate or a diploma, okay, if not a full-fledged degree. And I think there is another option which comes in, that suppose tomorrow, with this diploma or a certificate in your hand, tomorrow you want to complete the entire process, you have an option to do that also. Now that policy does not clearly specify that maybe if I'm in a dire situation for maybe next couple of years, so I drop off and then I want to join in. Now that option used to be existing all along. I suppose that is something which needs to be there, continued, so that I can at the end of the day, the ambition of having a degree can be taken care of. So that's something which I would like to have continue. So that's a very interesting part of the one of the most interesting part, I would say, to me, is that the students are given an opportunity to create a menu of their own courses, right? Otherwise, what happens in K-12, I want to get into science stream, so I need to take, physics, chemistry, PCB or PCM or whatever it is. Okay. And then there are a couple of other courses. Now, the social sciences or others are given a backseat. But when it comes down to, graduation, then again, I want to pursue sciences, then I'm totally off the social sciences and the arts. One of the best things that has happened is the holistic development of an individual. And we have recognized, not whether it is engineers, technocrats, or anyone, that we have a right to create our own menu of courses, okay, wherein I can take, physics, chemistry, and I can take psychology or sociology or economics or whatever. Now that is something which was available elsewhere, but not in India. I consider it to be one of the best things that has happened, because we have been producing technocrats without heart, because they did not have the exposure to maybe social sciences or arts. I don't mean to say that if you are exposed to social sciences or arts, you tend to realize your heart and acquire an heart. No, it's not the kind. But it gives you an opportunity for you to explore, look at the entire cosmos from a different perspective. I think that is one of the most rich contribution of the policy. Now, again, as I said, the proof of the pudding is in eating it. How do we implement it? So, for example, how does an institution which has been totally devoted to, say, teaching management or technology, how are they going to really bring on good quality courses and teaching in terms of social sciences and arts, so that the menu that the student creates can really be delivered? Okay, so I'll stop here for you to take the discussion forwards. So that's a beautiful thing that has happened. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, Neha, what's your take on that? Thanks for putting that. It was beautifully put through. I'll definitely come back on your multidisciplinary approach as my next set of questions.
Okay, so here what I'll share with you, a little bit from one of the person that I know and know really well. She was topper in grade 10 when it came to history. So history was one subject she scored 50 out of 50, which was rare of the rarest. She wanted to be a historian, but she was forced to take science, and then she took science. Then after that, she moved back to humanities. She did something in humanities. Then she explored that fine, neither humanities nor sciences is where her heart lies, and then she explored education as a discipline and a domain, and she's here in front of you. Okay, so yeah. So again, now when it comes to this whole journey, one very interesting thing that has happened, I'm one person who is very Dr. Nagpal is not here in the session, but he calls me ADHD. Right? Had he been here, he would have called me that again, I'm sure, and at least would have given me a smile on that. So now, whatever new I want to do, I'm really happy and glad for this lockdown, because in this whole duration, I must have done at least 25 courses from Udemy, from Coursera, from edX, and wherever possible, which include things like gardening.
Principal who's saying I'm happy about lockdown. You possibly is the only principal.
No, I mean, my personal capacity, yes, because I'm getting to learn a lot. So I've done not just gardening courses from there, but also deep learning courses, to the extent of improving my language skills, to also exploring that what goes in doing child psychology, so many other things, right? So when it comes to multidisciplinary learning, by all means our institutions have their limitations. Say if I talk in terms of schools, I'm good. So CBSE, if I talk about, because mine is a CBSE school and I've through and through been part of the CBSE system. CBSE in grade 12 says that there are electives and they never do this hard separation of science stream, humanities or commerce. They just allow students to take any elective that they want to pursue. But then schools have their, yes, I'll come to that, but schools have their limitations because they cannot have teacher for every subject that the child wishes to pursue. And also the next challenge is fine, maybe I am a principal who will somehow manage maybe a guest lecturer or a guest teacher and get that child do whatever subject. But what about tertiary education? उनको तो बीएससी अगर करना है और बीएससी ऑनर्स करना है तो मैथ्स पढ़ा होना चाहिए. अगर मैथ्स ऑनर्स करना है, आपको साइकोलॉजी ऑनर्स करना है, तो आपको उससे रिलेटेड वो 3 सब्जेक्ट वो अपना डिफाइन कर देते हैं. तो अगर चेंज आना है तो सिर्फ स्कूल लेवल पर आने से नहीं होगा, वो फिर अक्रॉस द डोमेन होगा. और लिबरल आर्ट्स की अगर हम बात करें तो अभी वो इतनी कॉमन नहीं हुई है और उसको लेकर अभी पेरेंट्स के दिमाग में, बच्चों के दिमाग में बहुत क्वेश्चन मार्क्स है. तो हम एक ऐसी कंट्री में हैं जहां पर जॉब पहले दिमाग में आती है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप नहीं है हमारे दिमाग में, हमारी प्रायोरिटी में. अपना खुद का कुछ नया क्रिएटिव एक्सप्लोर करना वो हमारी प्रायोरिटी में नहीं है. सबसे पहला सवाल जो एक मम्मी पापा के दिमाग में आता है वो ये है कि ये कोर्स करने के बाद मेरे बच्चों को क्या नौकरी मिलेगी. तो नौकरी का जब हम माइंडसेट लेकर चलते हैं तो जाहिर सी बात है हम एक लीक पर ही चलना पसंद करते हैं, क्योंकि हम कहीं वो सिक्योरिटी चाह रहे होते हैं. और जहां हम सिक्योरिटी चाह रहे होते हैं वहां इस तरह के मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी वाले जो एक्सपेरिमेंटेशंस, जिनके लिए थोड़ा सा रिस्क लेना जरूरी होता है अपने ऊपर कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ, ऑफ कोर्स, वो कहीं ना कहीं वो हमारा पीछे रह जाता है.
Actually, Neha, you made a very controversial point, and especially being a school educator, you made this point. That's pretty fantastic. You actually hit it right that CBSE even today has all the subjects in place. The schools which is not letting, and which restriction has actually created the when if NEP is talking, you have education mobility. Even NEP is saying that, hey, with the arts stream you can pick up anything else, like it happens in IB school. Okay, with arts maybe if you like chemistry, pick it. It's not feasible. From where the resources will come to school, where you will be getting all the infrastructure for this. And interesting thing is that we forget we are 1.3 billion population country. We might talk about demographic dividend, but yes, we are 1.3 billion population country. And this calls for a question from Nitya. What would be the impact of NEP on the inclusive students? Does NEP talk about it? Has any inclusivity for individuals impact on them, or it's treating everybody same?
See, the kind of, I hope this is to me. Okay. So
anybody
the kind of openness that this particular policy offers, by all means, this is a very inclusive policy. So when you have this liberty to choose whatever you want to, this by all means is very inclusive, because not all 5 fingers are these all fingers of the hand and thumb. I mean, everything is of different shape. Then how can we expect the child, who is very individual in his own right and in his own might, how do we expect that everybody will enjoy the same thing which is happening or is being offered to him or her as a subject? So when it comes to inclusivity, we have to again understand that maybe if I enjoy music, There is a child who may enjoy sports altogether, but at the same time, do we give them that liberty that do what you actually want to learn? Because until unless you are learning the thing that you really enjoy to learn, you'll never put your heart and soul to it. And when it comes to inclusion, there's the way we address children with special need is this, that they have something special in them. So we have to identify that special thing in them, that special part of their whole personality, and help them kind of take that particular path, which will make them feel more confident, which will make them feel more which will be more fulfilling to them in their life journey. We have done a lot of such experiments, if I may be allowed to say so. And for that matter, I'll say, again, it should not seem that I'm again and again quoting CBSE to be as a very progressive word, but actually CBSE offers lots of liberty when it comes to choosing subjects to children with special need. Now here I'll share one small example. So in grade 10, the usual structure is basically two languages, out of which one essentially should be either Hindi or English, and second can be any language which is being offered by the board. And other three subjects are mathematics, science, and social science. But when it comes to children with special needs, the CBSE is one board which says that fine, you don't have to read or study both the languages. You can choose any one language for that matter, either Hindi or English. And for rest four, they have the liberty to do subjects like music, which again they have the choice to do vocal music, Hindustani vocal music, Karnataka vocal music, instrumental music. Then dance, you can take dance. They have got lots of formats of dance that you can pick and choose from. You can take subjects which are close to accountancy, bookkeeping, and things like that. You can take fine arts. So those four subjects can be any of these. So the idea is this, that why only this thing be allowed to the children who have special needs? Why can't other children also have this liberty? Other children have this liberty, but they can take it as the sixth or the seventh subject. And also, of late, a lot of skill subjects are being offered, and very interesting skill subjects are being offered. So I think this whole idea, like very recently, they've also introduced very upcoming disciplines like AI and things.
Right.
The whole idea is this, that there is a change which can be seen in past couple of years. Things have started changing, but we need to structure it. We have to again and again go back, reflect, and come up with something which is more progressive and a step forward, instead of just feeling happy about, okay, we have taken one fantastic decision and now let's stick to it. Because education is one thing which by all means must stay dynamic, must stay forward looking.
Sure. Dr. Rizvi, my next question is for you. But meanwhile, audience, if you have question, you can keep typing. You can watch this entire program on CareerGuide.com. You have this video running, and also on summit.careerguide.com. Video is running. In fact, Dr. Rizvi, there's a whole lot of conversation going on internet about coding for kids. There's a whole lot of conversation. What is the right age? Should it be there? There's a whole lot of controversial conversation. But interestingly, NEP also talks about learning of coding to students right from 6th grade. What's your take?
Dr. Surbi, my take is very different on this. I mean, somehow I don't believe in an inorganic way of going about things. It has to be very organic and natural. Why should you shove something down the throat of people if they don't have an interest in it? They don't have the natural potential in it. Now, we at one level we are talking in terms of building India's ability in terms of manufacturing, and when we go on towards coding, we are still going towards software development service side. So, and why should we assume that shouldn't there be holistic development and so forth? So I'm going to stop it over there. I'm not very much enthusiastic or very excited about it. I still need to ponder over a bit more. Maybe there is a lot of sense there is, but I'm missing it out. Maybe because I'm stupid. So there is more to it. So that is something which I would like it to be very, very careful in terms of pushing. I mean, I recently wrote a piece in terms of how we want every child to decide, or very much in the beginning. So there are kids who are pushed to joining JE coaching centers, etc., from class 6 onwards. Now, I think we are closing many, many options for these kids. Maybe this guy could have made a great musician, great actor, great designer, and so forth. But then he said, no, 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 engineering, engineering, engineering. So this is IIT focus. Now, I suppose, so is this coding right from class 6, 7, etc.? I think it's a continuation of the same policy. Children should be allowed to explore the world. When you have many courses, many subjects they can learn, then they get to know where they are really good at, where their heart lies, where they are very good, and they can go deeper into that area. But if we start pushing them into XYZ right from the very beginning because it suits the parents and we see a career opportunity in that, I think that would be very disastrous. So we would be making technically very sound people, but who would be very, very frustrated in life, and they would be a misfit. And we have already seen it happening. That I get into my MBA class, lots of students who are dentists or MBBS, and lots of engineers coming in, and all that 4 years of engineering, to me, it goes to some extent a waste, because it could have been more. And after doing mechanical or electronics or whatever, you are ultimately selling soaps and detergents. I personally feel it's a waste of, probably, if this is what you wanted to do. Okay, if you had not pushed yourself into that one area, probably you would have realized and you could have come out much better. So that flexibility is important, but don't push people into XYZ. That's my take, Dr. Surbi. I hope I have answered your question.
Sure, sure. You have done that. In fact, Neha, you already mentioned that we are a country where we look at jobs first, right? So, quick, your 1 minute comment on NEP talking about coding right from sixth onwards, and what your parents and audience thinks about it.
Okay, so I'll second 100% to what Dr. Rizvi said, that why do we need only coders? We need magicians, we need doctors, we need artists, we need carpenters, we need even paint kind of car painters, and lot many. And just one thing, Surabhi, NEP talks about 24 things in all, which the child should be learning gradually, not just coding. Coding is just one of those 24 things. Coding and computational thinking is what they talk about. And besides that, they also said that they should have current awareness, AI, machine learning, data sciences, languages, scientific temper, evidence based thinking, health and nutrition, wellness, physical education, problem solving, aesthetics and art, then innovativeness, then ethical and moral reasoning, then digital literacy, vocational exposure, logical reasoning, then environmental.
While you're saying all of this, I'm like, oh my God, being a kid these days is the toughest job.
It is to choose. You don't care, you cannot force or say that fine, whether you are interested in nurturing those plants, you have that green thumb, no, go and use your fingers to do the coding, instead of nurturing that bud that you really love to see bloom. I think that's criminal. So we have to, instead of one size fits all, doing that, we should let the child decide that what is it that they really enjoy. Coding is just one of the things that NEP talks about, though there's a lot of buzz about NEP. But wait for some time and you'll see organizations promoting citizenship modules, the ones promoting art and aesthetics modules, the ones promoting digital literacy modules. So there'll be a lot of different packages there in the market for you to pick, and then you'll see there'll be kind of a war of sorts, wherein my product offers you more holistic experience as compared to the X product. So We have to look at the comprehensiveness that this whole policy brings to us. And I think we should not be just talking about one particular aspect. I really don't agree to this idea that everybody in the entire class doing coding. And see, how can you learn coding even before you have understood what this whole idea of creative thinking and critical thinking is all about? You have to first understand the whole concept behind the design thinking, the computational theories. So, I mean, even the senior kids, even those who are in IITs, are not great coders all the time. They do a lot of other things in IITs as well. Not everybody becomes a coder there also. So, with the whole idea here is this, that do not make them wear that same suit, same dress, same uniform, because that's going to make things very boring and suffocating for these bachas.
Absolutely. And this brings it to the last question of the session. And the question is, if you were on the policy board of NEP, what is that something different you would have wanted to introduce? So one thing which you would have introduced, which you don't see it being introduced.
Well, I'll say the things that I would like to be introduced are already being talked about in the policy, but I would like to see them implemented, properly, which is focusing a lot on life skills. The skills which are required for every child, every human being to come up as a person who is, whatever happens in their life, still they don't give up. They are able to put their thoughts, their ideas further. They're able to kind of live a life which is more fulfilling. Success can have different definitions, but then leading a life which is worth living, where life is there in every moment of the life that you are living, is what should be implemented, because schools cannot be disassociated with life. They are happening when the life is happening. So we cannot say schools are preparation for life. Schools are life. You're living the life in that whole process. So it should be something which they should live, enjoy, and grow, develop as better human beings, as human beings who are not making the mistakes as we as adults have made. We have not been sustainable in our usage. We have not been very careful about how we kind of treat our environment, and lot many other mistakes we have done. So as adults, it's now our I think responsibility that we acknowledge that yes, we have done mistakes, and should also give to our coming generation something which at least will give them a better future in times to come. You're on mute.
Neha is all for implementing it robustly. And as a school principal, I hear that why should we have mark system and rank system? Let everybody just be happy. Dr. Rizvi, what is one thing you would have liked to implement? You are muted, sir. You're muted. You can unmute. Yeah. Back again, you got muted.
Oops. Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I think Dr. Sharma has very nicely summarized. But if you ask me, I would like to focus on three things, what I call 3 C's. Number one, any education system should give the students cognitive ability to think. Once I develop an ability to think, I can solve all the problems, whether it is coding related, whether it is doctors, medicine, I mean, you name it. And as a philosopher said, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. So my existence is dependent on ability. And one of the worst things that the education system does, and when we talk about indoctrinating people, is killing their ability to think. I personally would say that let the child fly in terms of his cognitive or her cognitive ability. Think. Number one. Number two, I would like the child and everyone to become number two. Number 2C is caring. Caring for self, caring for the society, caring for the environment. Okay? All that knowledge and wisdom is useless if it is not improving upon the quality of life of the individual and the society as a whole. Okay? So that's number 2. And number 3, the C that needs to be built up is the confidence. Once I have the cognitive ability, once I am caring, then I develop a confidence and trust in my own self and in others that together we can. Okay. Fundamentally, if we work out our education system in terms of these as to what built, and then there are additional pieces like life skills and well-being for self and others, caring will take care of. I really like this one piece, which now the question is, how do we, because we, as Dr. Sharma said, we are great in formulation of policy, but somehow the problems comes in policy implementation, the practice. So something like scientific temperament, which is so very critical to thinking, evidence-based approach. So I wish, that these 3 C's are taken care of. And actually, Dr. Devra, Dr. Sharma, I feel very, very strongly, if you build cognitive ability, thinking ability, caring attitude, and third, confidence and trust, rest of the problems are solved. These kids, these adults will do very wonderfully well everywhere, wherever they go. Okay, that's my take.
Thank you, Neha, Rizvi. I had this amazing time listening to both of you. For me, this session was so informative. In fact, now when I go through NEP, I'm seeing this through a different light with a different enlightenment. Thanks a ton. All of you, audience and viewers, keep writing to us, keep sending your questions to us. We'll keep passing to Neha and Rizvi whenever your questions are across. And keep watching us on CareerGuide.com and Summit.CareerGuide.com. Thank you, Neha and Dr. Rizvi, for giving your time and such valuable information. Thanks, Acharya.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yes, Nitya, over to you. Are you around?
Yes, very much here. It was wonderful listening to them. And when your thoughts about NEP is validated by someone like Dr. Rizvi and Ms. Neha Sharma, you feel nice. So all those parents out there who want to push their children to do what they think is best for them, please think twice before you do that. Moving on, the next part is a very interesting one. It's the keynote speaker and a fireside chat with Arjun Mohan, CEO of Upgrad, on return on investment on online education and career outcomes. Arjun Mohan, India CEO of Upgrad, the online higher education platform, has vast amount of experience in marketing, sales, and product developments. His domain expands over different sectors, including automotive, fashion, reality, electronics, and edtech. Arjun started his career in Byju's as a teacher and moved up the ranks into a leadership role. Welcome, Mr. Arjun Mohan, and with him today we have...
Before even the term edtech became popular, I've been doing edtech. Because everything is online, the geographic boundaries are not applicable. Build out a business which feeds into itself.
Pranav, you're on mute.
Yeah. So, hey, Arjun, great to have you here. You need no introduction, and Upgrad needs no introduction. It's so amazing to have you here. And given the backdrop of the pandemic and the rise of online education, I'm sure you're seeing exciting times. And this definitely is a shift for not just we Indians, but globally people are looking at moving to online education. So before I get on a fireside with you, I would first want to hear a keynote from you wherein you talk about the return on online education and what's in store for Upgrad and how you see the sector growing. And then we get into the keynote. But over to you right now.
Sure. Thanks, Pranav. Thanks a lot. So I am not a big fan of monologue, so I'll keep the keynote shorter, and we'll probably have questions from Pranav. That'll be a more interesting session. Sure. Yeah, sure. So I'm Arjun Mohan. I'm the CEO of Upgrad. We are the largest higher ed online platform in this country. We have been in this domain for the last couple of years. In very simple terms, we have been trying to democratize education. And I think the topic which I wanted to start speaking about today, ROI and online education and ROI of online education. See, this is a topic which is close to my heart because this is what Upgrad has been trying to do ever since the beginning of its inception. The concept of Upgrad was born out of three aspects, which the founders felt is not getting, getting. I mean, is not really happening in the with the current education system, and those were access, affordability, and quality. Vast part of this country doesn't have access to good higher educational institutions. A very large number of people, although they may have the capability and access, is not able to afford higher education today because of course, because it is expensive to go to a private school. At the same time, there are financial constraints back home which prevents them from leaving the job they're into. And finally, even when they get access to a college nearby which could be free, very less in price, they don't find it very exciting or interesting, or they don't find it really giving them the ROI of their time investment. In other words, the quality is not there. So Upgrad was found on the same three tenets. How do we take this large youth population in India, which is coming out of our schools every year as what, 10, 11 million individuals every year after completing of the 12th standard, getting ready to go to school, getting ready to go to college. But these people are finding it, they are finding a very big supply demand gap. There's a large number of people who wants to get into quality institutions, but there are very few quality institutions. It is this problem of educational infrastructure that Upgrad tried to solve, and the solution that Upgrad found was online. Suddenly, you have classrooms which are limitless. You don't have any restriction of number of students. You don't have any restriction of quality of the teacher, because the best of the teachers can now go and teach to any number of students. So that's the, I mean, so hence this topic is very close to me. And hence I was very excited when I got this opportunity. So in my opinion, the ROI of online education consists of two parts. One is the student's investment of time and money which goes into it. And obviously we all know that because it's online, the money investment is much lesser. If you want to go to an international university today and take a course, it will cost you X, while the same course done online, it will cost you 1/10 of that. So there's no question about affordability there. There's no question about quality there, because you are doing the same thing online. So where is the problem? Problem is the credibility aspect of it. And I'm sure that most of the people here are also thinking about the same thing. If I go and take a course online, will an employer tomorrow regard it with the same level as they regard an offline degree? This is the problem, right? This is the reason why a lot of people feel that there is no ROI in online education. Now, I'll tell you how we try to solve it, or how entrepreneurs are trying to solve it in the today's world. See, where does this credibility comes from? Credibility comes from alumni. Credibility comes from quality, which again is highlighted through accreditations, through certifications, and credibility comes through the outcomes you create at the at the user, or the customer who pays you. Now, the whole idea that online doesn't have quality and hence corporates don't care about it as much as an offline degree comes from the old age way of doing online. See, there was a time when some free videos online were considered online education. There was a time when MOOC platforms which has just got content, anyone can curate, was considered online education. And if a person writes a line in a CV that I have done a course in data science, it could be me going and doing some videos on YouTube. Now that's something which no employer will accept, obviously, because they have not learned anything. They've just done some videos. But today it's very different. What organizations like Upgrad is doing is that we are partnering with the best institutions on these courses, take IIT Madras or IIIT Bangalore or international universities like Liverpool, John Moore, Deakin, Duke University in the US, whoever it is. What we are doing is we are creating the exact course which a person would have done offline in an online version of it. Every single aspect of the course is created online. And thanks to UGC, there is also a regulator who is accrediting the same thing. And what does UGC say? UGC says that if an institute is offering a course online, then three aspects should be controlled by the institute: the admission, the way in which a student comes into the course, the curriculum, the design of the course, and third, the exit, the examinations. So any institution which is doing an accredited program today is forced to follow the same entrance mechanism, the same pedagogy mechanism, and the same examination mechanism to ensure that the quality is the same. So from an employer perspective, where is the difference? It is exactly the same thing. In fact, online you can do it better because you have access to the best of the best teachers. You have access to technology which makes your process of learning much more easier. So what I'm seeing today is that with the employers especially, we are able to make the online learning more and more credible. We at Upgrad, we have a separate career services team. We also ensures that along with the hard skill sets which we provide our students, we also work on the software aspect of it, which is build a good CV for them, work on their LinkedIn profile, give them mock interviews, network with the multiple corporates, passed on the CVs of our learners to these corporates, regularly take feedback what they are looking for, and tweak our curriculum so that they get what they are looking for from the students. So in this process today, what we are seeing is that there is more and more and more acceptance at a corporate level, at an employer level. We don't see any difference now in how they treat a student who is educated on upgrad from IIIT Bangalore and on upgrad from IIIT Bangalore offline campus, because they know that the curriculum is the same, the teachers are the same. In fact, these guys who are doing online will get some more exposure because they are into projects and other industry interfacing. So I am seeing that the complete the complete belief system that online is frivolous and online is time pass is gone now. A CV today is indistinguishable if you have done courses online and if you have done courses offline, because you're finally getting the same accreditation. You're finally learning the same things. So in my opinion, with the help of technology and with whatever the entrepreneurs have been doing for so long, thanks to all the educational institutions in this country which has been open to going online, we have been bridging that gap. And hence today, the ROI on doing things online is pretty high. Another aspect why it becomes high is because you can learn when you earn. You don't need to leave a job, right? Majority of the people in India who are in the jobs after an undergrad don't go for postgraduate today, not because they don't want to go for postgraduate. They don't go there because they are scared that if I leave my job, take a break, I won't get a job which is as good. Only 2% of the population who complete undergrad go and do a postgraduate. So you are actually missing out on a large group of people who could have actually done very well. Now today, if you're ready to put in some more of your effort, if you're ready to spend 3 hours a day while doing your job, while doing your day job, you can actually become a postgraduate scholar on platform like Upgrad through these institutions which have partnered with us. So think about the ROI. You are not losing anything. You are ensuring that you're completing your employment, and at the same time, at a low cost, you are able to take your level of degree to the next level. You become part of the next set of employees who will be considered for another level. So that way, I feel that the ROI of online education has consistently improved, and it's only going to get better and better. The pandemic also have helped a bit. The pandemic has actually helped in changing the perception of the people. A lot of people who were fence sitters or who thought that, okay, fine, this is something frivolous, they have been forced to come in and see what it is, and they loved what they saw. They figured out that, okay, you are doing everything the same. How does it really matter? So hence, the acceptability is growing day after day after day. You could see that the traffic on our platforms went up by 5-6%. Sorry, no, 5-6x, 5-6 times when the COVID started. And with a great infrastructure of product sales and marketing, we have been able to talk to them and convince them that this is really good for you. So that way, in my opinion, the ROI on online education is fantastic. And it's something everyone should consider because you can learn while you earn. Thank you.
Wow, that was quite enriching, Arjun. Few thoughts, and I thought I'll probably ask you this. Do you think the trend would continue when the pandemic is taken care of, or is it just an artificial stimulus towards online education because people can't go to colleges?
So Pranav, I mean, like, I am a believer. uh, see there are certain changes in this world, right? Which once it happens, it doesn't go back. And those are
Sure.
changes wherein an individual, after trying out something new, actually finds a lot of value in it, right? For instance, e-commerce. Lot of people who were never shopping, I mean, whatever it is, lockdown, 100 other things, discount, sort of, okay, I'll go online and shop. And then suddenly they found the same items delivered at their home at no extra charge. There's a value added. Those were people who got converted and have started moved into this new behavior. I am seeing a similar trend in case of online education also, because see the value add I spoke about, right? That is, you can get the same quality, same accreditation, same levels, sitting at home, doing it online, spending much lesser money without taking a break. That is very, very big, extremely big. And because of all the things which are happening today, even institutions like IITs and IIMs are ready to come online today. All of them have literally created their structure wherein an online component is created. And they do have the vision to understand that over a period of time, my online business will be bigger than my offline business. Everyone does understand that. So I don't really think we are going back. It's not going to be, a more demonetization-driven usage of wallets, or sorry, digital wallets. I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be e-commerce like change where people are not going to go back.
Wow, interesting. So, when you talk about change similar to e-commerce, let me just use that analogy and try and compare it to the e-commerce scenario. I would say that Flipkart has probably benefited because Indians started shopping online. But then, when that starts to happen, then Amazon also jumps in, right? So in your case, you've been the Indian player doing online education. So now that the Indian market, so to say, is kind of ready, do you see international players eating your pie? Because now that everything is online, nobody stops a Harvard to, and they are
Yep.
already doing it, right?
Yep.
Why do people come to upgrad and probably not go directly to Harvards and MITs and so to say, right? So
Sure. So I will use the same analogy. I'll use the same analogy. Whatever
yeah,
Amazon has been doing, finally this year, out of the 88% of share of e-commerce between Amazon and Flipkart, 54 is Flipkart, and Amazon is still at the 30s. Uh, you saw the same happen with Ola and Uber also. See, doing business in India is very, very different from creating a global system or bringing your learnings from US and directly putting it here. Some of the systems work, but fundamentally this market, the individuals here are very, very different. You have to evolve a business practice, you have to evolve the courses which works for this market, and that is where we win. uh, it's not that there are no other players in the market which doesn't have legendary names. I mean, Coursera has been around here for so many years. They have really big US universities. Still, Upgrad has been maintaining its number one position all throughout with the Indian universities. That's because we do understand the ethos that this market needs. It's just not about giving those brands. Finally, it is about education is a life transformational experience, which means that It's just not about educating. It is also about making them complete. It's also about a lot of social pressure or social peer pressure which you build in to ensure that they actually get educated over a period. It is about giving them that expectation, the placement expectation, the life transformation expectation, which can come at the end of it through various partnerships. So it's just not about doing education business in India, just not about creating a library. It is about creating a university, which has got a lot of other aspect to it. So that's why I mean, like, I don't really, I mean, like, having more and more people here is really good, because with that the online education space will grow more and more people will promote, it will become more acceptable. So I am really seeing them as collaborators, but I'm very confident that we will continue being number one, because I think nobody has really understood India like the way we do, and we'll continue doing that.
Sure. Wow. So, when you talk about this, are you looking at entering international market? Are you already there in international market? What's the uh, composition of your user base? Is it all from Indian subcontinent, or from outside also? And if not, then do you plan to go international?
Yeah. Yeah, so we have an international business. It is from a I mean, like, contribution perspective, it's not big, but it is a growing pie, and it's an interesting piece, because we don't really do a lot of marketing international. We don't do any marketing international. So these has been organic users who came into us, seeing the international degrees, seeing the degrees they are already excuse me, already familiar with, but at a very good value for money prices. So there has been organically something coming in. Now, what we feel is that if there is a market for such value for money courses in the international market, we feel that it's a good play. We can go and try it. So we have been also working on an international play. The fundamental reason for all this is our belief that in India, especially, and how edtech has been growing, we believe that the capability in edtech which India has developed today is unparalleled when you compare across the world. We personally, I feel that Indians can go out and control the edtech industry in the world. We can, I mean, this could be our second sunrise sector after IT services. Think about it, right? See, finally, what are the different kinds of edtech models existing today? There is the video-based model. We have an extremely good video production business thanks to all the studios which were there. I mean, what Byju's did, or what the Bollywood studios, or I mean, a lot of Hollywood movies work happens in India. Disney and all has been using India studio for long. So we have the capability to do that kind of quality of videos. What is happening today is that the live classes are becoming popular in a big manner. Now, live classes, one-on-one especially, is only workable on a cost structure if the teacher is high quality and ready to work at a very low cost. And you won't find teachers who are at that quality, who can take classes in English and at that cost anywhere else in the world. So it is my firm belief that what India can do in edtech across the world, nobody else can compete with us. So definitely it is there in our plan. And I'm sure that it is there in the plan for every big edtech today, be it Byju's, be it White Hat Junior, be it Unacademy, everyone is thinking about it. And it's just a business proposition and nothing else. Makes sense there.
Interesting. So, some skeptics often highlight the fact that businesses like Upgrad are in an indirect way selling accreditations, right? So probably people are not enrolling for the courses because they are learning something. It's because they are getting those degrees or accreditations. That's why probably people are paying a lot more as compared to some of those MOOCs available at 1/100th the cost or 1/10th the cost. Like, so any comment upon that? What's your take on that?
Yeah. No, it's an interesting question. So see, the reason why accreditations or certain reason why certificates or degrees are sold in India is because that is what the consumer wants. There is a lot of difference. And why does the consumer want that? Because the job market wants it. And why does the job market want it? Because that is credibility. So finally, if you're not able to create a product which doesn't have credibility, what's the point in selling it? And that is where MOOCs don't work and where we work. Another aspect of looking at is that See, what we do in our entire education ecosystem is that we just don't teach. We ensure that the students complete our course. So compared to MOOC platforms, our completion rate is 87%, while a MOOC platform's completion rate is 2%. And how do we do that? We do that because of the infrastructure we have around it. Now think about a student who going into college. He doesn't complete the college because he loves to study. I mean, it's a truth, right? No, none of us really loves to study, but he does it because of multiple other things. My parents have paid money. If I go back and don't complete it, I will get thrashing from my parents. I have my peers in class who are studying well. I have to ensure that my name doesn't get tarnished. A lot of social infrastructure around it. What we have tried to do is we have tried to create a similar kind of infrastructure online in our mechanism. So every student has got a mentor associated with them. This mentor is working with the student all throughout the course, ensuring that he is handhold or she is handhold through the course and completes it. They give them reminders if they are not submitting the assignments. They connect them to peers who can help with the assignment. They even sometimes give them advice if there is a stressful problem at work. So it is through these mechanisms that we ensure that the outcomes a person is looking for is given to that person. And hence, although there is the accreditation and degree and other things, which the market wants, we are also ensuring that the outcome is taken care of. Otherwise, there is no sustainability for business. It will be like anything else. Okay, I paid money, I got a certificate, now the certificate is of no value. What's the point in that? You have to ensure that he also studies and he learns. So that's the two direction we work on.
Interesting. So, what I wanted to check with you is you've become CEO of Upgrad after it was there in the market for almost around 5 years.
Right.
And
Yes.
yes, most of the normal startup, the model is that one of the co-founders would become the CEO and take it forward. And the journey has been more so the personality of the co-founder carries on with the company. So now that you've joined a company where someone else was probably taking care of things and now you've taken it in your hands, has there been some change with respect to the culture? How has it been for you, the journey? Did you find it how you probably would have loved to see it, or were there challenges to kind of make the present set of people understand what is there in your mind and so on and so forth?
Yeah. So Pranav, that will be obviously there, right? In the sense, as you rightly said, an organization takes the personality of the CEO. That is how it is, because it is a CEO who drives it, and you end up doing that kind of thing. So Upgrad, if you look at it, first 5 years, it never had a CEO. I'm the first CEO of Upgrad. It was the founders who were driving it. First 5 years, they were very clearly focused on building the product, making it better and better and better. We invested around 100 crores on the product, making one of the best world class online education platform. It is used for online higher ed now, but it's a platform where any kind of online education can be done, whether it's test prep, K-12, whatever you want to do. But as of now, it is only used for this because that is our business. Where I come in is that the founders themselves felt that now it's the time to really scale up the business. And it's just not about higher ed or anything like that. Recently we did some acquisitions, we are going international, a lot of things are there. So it is just that they wanted someone with a lot of business focus, they wanted to bring in someone who can bring that complete business process, which is about now taking this, okay, I have this thing, now let us see how we can take it and run from here. That was the idea behind it. So before that, I was with Byju's, and this is what I would see as my capability is, or my skill set is about scaling businesses, and which is what I'm trying to do here also. Yes, of course, with me coming in, the character of the organization has slightly changed. It just, because it is business focused, there's a lot more of bigger, lot more of aggression going behind the business now. But yeah, otherwise, it's all the basic ethos remains the same.
Interesting. So, because you mentioned that the platform is such that you could support a lot of other segments, be it K-12 or something else. So, in the long-term scheme of things, are you planning to get into any other segment also apart from the one that you're focusing right now?
So the platform is flexible to do that. And I mean, what we see, the way we are looking at is that the working professional market itself is a really big market. We
Yes.
want to, first of all, establish ourselves, take it to multiple countries, and take upgrade to a level wherein it is seen as that go-to brand for any student post K-12. That is the vision we are going behind. The acquisition which we recently made, the Gate Academy, which was about test prep market. They also have a plan to get into the other test prep, government entrance and all. What we want to do is to initially start by focusing on those examinations which doesn't have a lot of technology catered solutions today, so that we can help the students. It also makes a lot of sense for us because we are getting into degrees. In degree, the degree students which comes in is the same TG who is looking for these government examination and other things, and hence together the solution makes sense. So that is the thought process behind it. But you never know. It is all about how big the brand is becoming and how big the acceptability is. Maybe we'll think about that in future. But as of now, no plans.
Interesting. Wow. So, has there been any change with respect to how you think the product should be after the pandemic? Like I understand the demand for the product has grown 5x, 6x, but in terms of how the product should be delivered or some changes in the product, has any of it been influenced by the pandemic?
Yep. So the pandemic has shown us that you can do everything online. Everything can be done online, literally as much as possible, right? So we found that a lot of our students, I mean, the whole mix of the paid customer changed. We saw a lot of tier two, smaller town students coming in and starting to learn with us. These students, there were quite a few cases where they did not have access to a laptop, where they do not have a strong internet connection. And hence we realized that although we had a mobile application and we had we had our courses and our solutions on mobile, but we understood that investing on that more and more makes a lot of sense. So today, if you look at upgrade applications, everything can be taken seamlessly on a mobile app. You can go anywhere. Even if you don't have a laptop, you won't miss your session. Another aspect where we did a lot of work are our university partners. A lot of our university partners came back to us saying that in this pandemic, I don't have a solution to go online. Can you help me online? So we gave our platform, opened up our platform for them for free, saying that use our platform. Now you can take your teachers can take the classes sitting at their homes also. So that has also been a big change which we went through.
Interesting. So is that more like a white label solution to institutes or something else?
It is a white label solution. It is a white label solution to the institute, but we are not charging them anything. I mean, like the idea was that they will use it for a few months and they will probably go back, but looks like they're using it more and more. So maybe over a period of time, we'll create a business out of that.
Interesting. Wow. So you think that there's something that you miss, like even though you've answered this before and there's nothing that cannot be done online, but if given a chance and the pandemic is not there, would you want to take a hybrid approach and create these learning centers? Is that on your mind?
Yeah. So see, I told you right in the beginning, or how we have been always looking at is that we want to build out an online university, the best in class classroom online, where the experience is as good as better than a classroom. When we try to do that, we do multiple things, right? So one is for basic concepts, we have high quality videos, which makes the understanding easier with a lot of graphics in it, so that you don't miss the whiteboard or the blackboard. Then you have live lectures where the teacher comes and talks to you the latest of it, have a case discussion where you can have a discussion in the class. Then you have test papers where you have to proctor it so that this guy doesn't copy it. So you have a mechanism wherein the webcam is on and you're always tracking him. There's no way he can he can do anything fishy about it. Then you have the thesis assignments where plagiarism is very common. We have a plagiarism checker which will ensure that nothing like that happens. Then you have a Zoom-like solution which allows you to work in small groups, do case studies, do your projects, so on and so forth. Then you have the coding the coding platforms which helps you seamless coding and sharing of the data. All these things are there. You have social, you have forums to talk to your friend, you have groups where you can do your general chit chat, you have TAs who will help you at every steps, you have everything. But what I feel, the only thing which cannot be recreated completely is the social atmosphere of the classroom. Okay, that has. So in my view, eventually I think we will all settle for a hybrid world where the parts which can be done better online will be done online with some intervention of offline. So a lot of my students says that once in a while we would like to go to the Triple IT Bangalore campus. So probably I will create a model wherein one weekend in a month you can come and interact with your class. Your professor will also be there. I'll be a light class. It will be more about bringing all together to bring in the social aspect of it. So that is where I see things going, and I think that is where we will all stabilize to.
Interesting. So, during your interaction, you mentioned that a major part of what makes a course successful is the placements, because that's what brings in the ROI. So, has there been a shift on the placement side because the pandemic was there? Has there been more requirements with respect to remote jobs rather than in-office jobs? And because in case there's been some requirements on the remote jobs, has these requirements also come from outside India? Because some of those global companies have also started looking at India as a hub for remote workers. So are you looking at targeting at such companies? Has there been some change with respect to requirements from companies? So just wanted to get some idea.
Yeah. So in the beginning of the pandemic, right, a lot of company, I would say literally every company went into a shell. They just said that, okay, we are not recruiting, what's happening? Slowly it is coming back. So we have been very, very aggressive with reach outs. And because we have been continuously reaching out, when the jobs are there, they will reach out to us saying that, see, I'm looking for these kind of things. Digitalization and asking for digital help, digital skills, technology skills is a very common thing today. Even if a bank is hiring, they will say that I want a guy who can talk to the customers online, is comfortable doing Excel. Those are like given today. So that part you can clearly see a division coming in. Things have started picking up. Excuse me. We have got good number of transitions now. So 2020 we started really well, but then because of pandemic in the middle we lost out. But now again it is picking up. So far we have crossed more than 1,000 transitions in this year. So things are looking great for the market today. On an international side, although this movement has happened, the international companies have not really started investing in remote workspaces in India, because that's not easy, right? You need, see, finally for all this to work, you need huge amount of trust. So the typical format they followed is they will first of all set up an office here, recruit people in this office, and then allow them to work from home. But there has to be a hub. So that will take time. What is happening today is a lot of work from the Western world is getting outsourced to Indian companies. So IT is getting more and more of projects, and hence they are really going out and hiring people.
Interesting. So what I wanted to also ask on that front is that as a company upgrade right now, who do you see yourself as, and who do you see as major competitors right now for you in India, and like how do you differentiate from them? Right?
Yeah. So the thing is that, as I told you, right, we are in a very small, it's an upcoming sector. It's easier, and this market is huge, and there is enough for 2-3 players to exist. So I don't want to really see anyone as competitor. But if you look at what we are doing and people who are doing similar to us, Great Learning is another company who is doing something similar to that. Simply Learn is something doing similar to us. How we differentiate? See, finally, differentiation completely comes in based on your product experience. Once you have a customer, it's completely on how you do that, and that is where I think we are able to do it better than most of them. It's just not about teaching, right? It's also about a lot of aspects like career services, like alumni services, the mentoring support. it's about putting in a lot of investment. It's a lot of cost, but it also improves the experience a lot. So that is where we really win it after the customer comes on board. Before the customer comes on board, I would say it's sales and marketing. So we have been pretty aggressive with building our brand. I look at building our brand as sort of a moat we create, really creating that differentiation which will prevent anyone else from coming into the market. So that's one of the reasons why we've been continuously invested in building our brand.
Sure. So, any thoughts on going for a success fee based model, like a lot of learning organizations, specifically
Yeah.
the Lambda School model,
Yeah.
wherein there's salary agreements
Yeah.
and things like that. Are you looking at something like that? Because, pardon me if I'm not sure, but I'm not aware if there's a model like that exists. Right?
Yep. So the thing is, that model exists. There are some companies who are doing it in India. See, the reason why I'm not a big fan of that model is that two reasons are there. Number one, it is not that people who are coming to us, all of them who are coming to us, are looking for a job change. It is one of the three reasons. The outcomes they look for generally are one, of course, transition, job change. Number two is career acceleration. That is, I want to get promoted, for which I need more skill sets or I need a degree. That is second. And number three, which is a very large chunk, but most of us ignore, is professional confidence. Most of the people who are in the industry today are not confident about their skill set itself. They do some on job, they figure out some way to work around it, but they know that they don't know everything, and as a result of that, confidence doesn't come. So that is what a large part of the entire thing. So a lot of my learners have come back to us saying that now I feel confident to talk in my manager's meeting. I get pat on my back from managers. Thank you so much for that. So focusing on just this job actually will constrain your market. And we all know that there are only so many jobs, right? How many people really continue jumping around jobs all the time? So there is no scalability when you go behind it. Yes, that is an important feature, but you should not, in my opinion, build a business around it. Then you are taking on too many things, because finally, right, job is what a company gives it to the individual, seeing that person's skill. You should work on improving the skill, but promising the job is like saying, I mean, like not making a promise which is not in my control. So hence, I don't want to go in that direction.
Interesting. So this a very interesting question that comes to my mind, because Upgrad is one of the co-founders is Ronnie, okay, and being the veteran that he is, like, is working at Upgrad more like working at your father's firm, where the father tells the kid that, okay, please don't tell me what needs to be done. I know it all, right? Because I've done so much. Right. So how is it like? How does it feel like to be with him and work with him, right?
It is definitely not like that. Okay, so he is the chairman. He is the chairman of the company, and I mean, like, he is our guide. He is our mentor, and the kind of experience he has got, the kind of the different ways in which he can think. I think we will take a few more years to reach there. So he is definitely our mentor, our guide, but he gives us full freedom to operate it out. He doesn't get into the day-to-day aspect, or he doesn't tell you do this or do that. So that is the way it is moving.
Wow, that's so amazing to hear. So, before we wrap up, any words from your side for the people who are watching us live, and the people who will be watching this recording, the people who are just like you said, sitting on the fence, looking at probably upskilling themselves?
Yeah, so I mean, because the platform is Career Summit. Most of the people here are people thinking about career transition or career growth and other things. So my only I won't call it advice. Advice is a very, I mean, nobody likes advice. Or my only thought which comes for you today is that if career growth is what your aim is, you need to work on your skills, because this world is changing at a breathtaking pace. The skills of tomorrow are not something you would have learned in your university, and hence you need to acquire it. I mean, it is a day is not far when a data skill or a technology skill or a digital skill or a business communication skill will be taken as a minimum for getting into any job. So, and hence, rather than sitting on the fence and thinking about it, the best will be to jump into it and learn about it. I mean, I'm not saying that come and enroll for a degree in upgrade. That is something which you can decide. But there's so many free information available online. On our website itself, there are so many free courses. Go and take it. Get a feeler of it. But do upskill. That's the key word today. Don't leave out that opportunity and don't leave it to luck. Nothing is on luck these days. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, that was amazing, Arjun, and so lovely to have you here and share your thoughts with the audience here today. And it was so enriching for me myself to hear from your side. And thanks a lot from the entire team. And thanks for taking out the time. I don't know, can we take some questions? There's some questions from the audience. If we could just take a few of them, and probably then we'll close. So I see a question from Madhvi Gaur. She asks, how do you see the future of digital education in the upcoming years? What are the challenges in India to implement it properly, apart from the internet and affordability?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Madhvi. So as I earlier also mentioned, I don't think that in future, in few years down the line, there will be any distinction between digital education and formal education. Everything is going to be hybrid. We all have realized, thanks to COVID, although we should not say thanks to COVID, that there are certain things which can be done better online, and there are certain things which can be only done offline. So universities are also getting more and more clear about the same thing. I believe we are moving into a system wherein the number of universities will reduce. It will be brands all across. Everyone will get an opportunity to go to an IIT and hear from an IIT professor. And most of the learning will happen online. You will go to campus and experience it only for the social aspect of it. That is how I think it will happen. You are right about the whole internet thing. But honestly speaking, what has happened is that mobile phones, smartphones, and smartphone internet has become pretty ubiquitous. You go to the smallest of the small village today, streaming is become a norm. So what so if the only way to democratize digital education is to create tools which make it work on phones, and that is what companies like Upgrad is doing today. So I really don't think that there will be any constraint in taking it across. The constraint will be something else. The constraint will be the content. The constraint will be the language. Most of the digital education today is in English, and you can't go with English to the smaller towns. You can't make it democratic with it. Hence, that will be the next big wave of digital education. Create products in Hindi, create products in Tamil, Malayalam, so on and so forth. And that's what we are working in. My point is that whatever market we are in today, there is 100 times more market if you are going to create products in more of Indian languages. Because those are people who don't have a choice. They can't go and get a quality education like a guy who is in metro, right? So they will be the people who will lap up, and you will see exceptionally smart, intelligent people who lacked opportunities coming up and becoming successful if an ecosystem like that get created. I hope that I answered the question.
Interesting. So, is there any other question that we would want to take up? I think
we are also out of time, Pranav.
I think that's about it. Thanks a lot, Arjun, once again, and it was lovely having you here from the entire team at Career Guide. Heartfelt thanks from our side.
Thanks, Pranav. Great talking to you, and thanks for the panel, and thanks for the audience. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Same. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
Business has a bigger impact on society.
Well, that was a fantastic fireside chat. So Upskilling, if you want your career growth to be absolute, yes, you need to upskill, and not just for your job change, like Mr. Mohan said, for your professional confidence and for enhancing your promotion or betterment of your career. Upskilling is the word. And going ahead, he also said that it's going to be a hybrid kind of education system, not just digital, not just traditional. It's going to be a hybrid kind of system. Yes, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and learning, Mr. Arjun Mohan. The next thing on the agenda for this evening is personal branding and my favorite topic, emotional intelligence, keys to an epic career. On the panel, we have Dr. Nagpal, President at Bloggers Alliance, personal brand and story coach, Puru Modani, board member, FIIRE, and Mr. Vivek Gupta, founder VG Consulting, Ms. Divya Nawale, SDG 13 advisor and director of fundraising at AA. And the moderator for the evening will be Ms. Surbhi Devra. Welcome all of you on the panel.
Thank you, Nitya. So lovely to have you and introducing everybody. Thanks, Nitya. Welcome, Amit, Vivek, Divya, and we wait for Puru to join in. This is a personal favorite, like Nitya said, it's a personal favorite of her topic. It's personal favorite of my topic too, because students and professionals do miss this important element. हो सकता है because we are so marks focused, obsessed individuals and society that we actually do not think about emotional intelligence, and we do not think about personal branding with respect to careers. So my idea to put forth some questions, your experiences, and share with the audience that how you think personal branding and emotional intelligence important, and how that has been shaping your own careers. So welcome Amit, Vivek, Divya, and Puru again. Yes, we got Puru live here with us. Puru, you can switch on your video and you can just unmute yourself. While so I'll open it first with Amit. Hi, welcome Puru on Career Summit Live. I'll first open question with Amit. Amit, you call yourself personal branding coach, right? Tell
Right.
everyone a very interesting career option or career designation. So do tell our audience who's watching on CareerGuide.com and summit.careerguide.com what exactly you do as personal branding coach.
Uh, Thank you, Surbhi. Personal branding is fundamentally communicating your knowledge, your skills, your attitudes, and nowadays, of course, social media is the social media and digital are common platforms to build a brand and communicate a brand. But then you all, of course, you have offline personal branding tools also, writing a book, ebook, attending a conference, becoming a speaker, mentoring people. Personal branding is also about communicating what makes you special. What is your unique strength, and what is the unique value you add to your client or to your employer. One thing which I wanted to specifically share in today's session was personal branding. I would say is the most misunderstood and most misused word probably in India, because personal branding is considered tooting your own horn or self promotion, but personal branding is not self promotion. In fact, I keep highlighting that like English, we have a proverb also that self praise is no recommendation. So if you keep appreciating yourself, if you keep sharing your achievements, keep talking about yourself, then the real credibility won't be built. Of course, when you start your journey, so you have to share your achievements, you have to share your what I call as knowledge, victories, and passions. So you have to start with that, but over a period of time, you have to build a community of like-minded people who talk about you rather than you talking about yourself, which does not build the real credibility. So I would highlight some of these, paradoxes of personal branding also, because it will help us, clear the misconceptions and the wrong approaches which are used for personal branding. So I would, start with that.
Sure, Amit, thanks. This was very insightful, saying that personal branding doesn't mean self promotion. And we will get back on this, on how one should be doing it. But before I'll move to Divya here, Divya, have personally seen your career journey. And the way you have changed it all through, and you have been phenomenally able to position yourself as, into a career which nobody ever heard of. In fact, I would want you to speak about, in brief, very quickly, on your career journey, how you went about, shared stage with Al Gore, and all of it, and the way you also won just tour by a company just because of your personal branding, if I'm not wrong. So everybody listening there, Divya had won actually Egypt full sponsored tour because of a personal branding quotient. Yes, yeah. And also about Antarctica journey. So quickly on that.
Thank you, Surabhi. Really excited to be here with the esteemed panelists. And yeah, sure, I'd be happy to share a little trajectory of my career so far, which has been a little over a decade. So I initially became an engineer from Pittsburgh. And then for a while, I was on a soul searching mode where I was not sure what I wanted to do, except that I knew it was going to have an impact on women and children. And that was the only way I felt like I would pivot at that point in time. So back in 2008 and 9, when I was doing the soul searching, climate change was not a term that was popular. It was not on the news every morning. It wasn't talked about. So for me as a person, I had to work around the fact that, I want to do something in this space, but I don't know how. And yet I took every opportunity that came to me. So 2009 was the first time I got the opportunity to go as an environmental champion from India to Antarctica as part of an expedition organized by UN Goodwill Ambassador Robert Swan. I was 22 years old, and at that point I hadn't done much. But the fact that I was able to say that I can build a story from this is what took me to that expedition. So once I came back from that expedition, then I realized, okay, this is now my opportunity to build my story from there. But it was not easy. The fact that there was no such thing called, like a climate change job, right? I could not Google and say I want to work for climate change. Today, there are positions like sustainability managers or climate policy experts or anything that you want to do in order to kind of preserve the planet. However, 10 years ago, I was a fresher, just out of college, and nobody was able to even guide me and tell me what kind of jobs I need to look for. From there, what I did was I kept sticking to my guts and saying that, okay, this is what I want to do, and this is the space I want to make an impact in. And using that as a pivot, I kept going from one opportunity to another, looking at how I can set up like a small library, which is solar powered in the middle of Pench Forest Reserve, or to look at how I can support some women empowerment organizations in Bangalore. So I took all these experiences and then built my career in a way that said that, okay, this is what I want to be able to achieve, and this is what I want to promote as a person and as through my career as well as my personality. And it wasn't a very like Amit sir said, it wasn't like a self promotion thing. It was more like I took my passion and kind of created a way to communicate it. It took me a very long time to also come from less of an activist mindset to more of an advocate mindset and say that, hey, let's do this together. Not like, hey, can you be vegan just because we want to save the animals? But hey, look, can you be vegan so that we can save the planet? So it took me a very long time. And some of my friends call me the happy Greta Thunberg today. But the point is that I took every opportunity. So I've had the opportunity to now speak in conferences in Iceland. I went back to Antarctica as a director for the expedition that first took me as a participant. And each time I took every skill to kind of promote the cause that I stand for. And that's the thing I believe in, that I am not greater than the cause. And so I'm able to use the cause to kind of build my personality and build my career in that way.
Fantastic, Divya. I hear you. It's more about communicating your story, putting your purpose above yourself, and rightly, even Amit mentioned, it's not self promotion, it's the cause, it's the attitude. Puru and Vivek, you meet entrepreneurs in and out. You have been into Spear. How important for entrepreneurs and the people you meet, you vet, you interact with, for them, how much do you weigh to their own personal branding, their own personal stories? Puru, we can start with you and then we can move to Vivek.
Sure. Thank you, Surabhi. So essentially, look, whenever we are, so I'm an angel investor. We invest in startups all the time, right? So what is the primary, if you were to ask me what is that primary indicator for us before we even decide on evaluating a startup? I think that the indicator in itself is the entrepreneur or the founders, right? So and how do you, because these are you don't know them for years together, right? So these are guys who you just started knowing, and you might end up investing in them. So from the time which you get for this journey is too limited, right? So typically most of the investment decisions are taken within a span of 45, 60 odd days. So that's where I think the personal branding becomes very, very important, because that's what would make you understand the founder better. Essentially, the world today moves on binaries, right? The black and white. If there's any gray, then you would want to stay away from it. So that's where I think the branding part of it comes in very, very handy. If the founders have good pedigree, if they are clean guys, on the face of it, then you would typically end up evaluating them for investment. So I think it's the most important aspect, if you were to ask me, whenever we are evaluating a company or a founder for that matter.
So Puru says, as an investor, he plays so much importance and weightage on the personal branding of an entrepreneur because they don't have much time to understand and know them better. But this personal branding story, which they put throughout, becomes very important. Vivek, to you, the same question.
Okay. See, in my opinion, I mean, if you are planning to become an entrepreneur, right, the personal branding is very, very important. See, I spent 20 years in my 20 years of my life in corporate, and after that, I started my entrepreneur journey. One thing that I realized was that when you become an entrepreneur, you start from the scratch, right? And the first thing that you need to sell is yourself, right? And that is where the self branding or personal branding becomes very, very important. And when I say selling oneself, that doesn't mean, as Amit rightly said, is talking about yourself. It is highlighting what you stand for, why people should trust you, right? Eh, you, as an entrepreneur, right? When you start your entrepreneur journey, you don't have anything to showcase. I mean, there is no uh, legacy that you can showcase. It is all about you. So unless until people start trusting you, they will not engage with you. So to build that trust, that personal branding becomes very, very important. So I also mentor a lot of college students who are on their way to start their professional lives, whether in a corporate or their own, right? And I tell them two things: that from the very beginning, they should start investing into two things: personal branding and having a coach or a mentor,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
Right. So even people who have just started their careers, I tell them that you need to start investing into yourself, and you need to start investing into someone who is going to handhold you for next 20-25 years,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
So when I say that invest in yourself, it is all about creating a personal brand, talking about what you stand for, what you think about, and also what are your expertise. uh, and it is not about that how good you look like, or how which I mean what kind of clothes you are wearing, or what kind of gadgets you are using. It is not about that. That is not, absolutely not, the personal brand. The personal brand is your own self. That's what I would say.
Sure. So, in fact, that was very, very interesting comments by all the panelists. And this brings to another set of question. And maybe we can start with the same format. Amit, you can go first, and Divya and Puru and Vivek. So, when you are implementing this on yourself, what's one or two your own strategies for your own personal branding? Please share it with our audience.
Okay. Uh, so I would say fundamentally that different stages of personal branding will require different approaches, as one of the panelists pointed out about a startup. So in case of startup, maybe a important strategy is to leverage your personal brand to build your organization brand, because nobody knows your organization. But if you are a 30-year-old founder, then you have a 30-year-old credibility in your network, which is your personal brand, which you can leverage to build your organization brand. Now, the starting stage is maybe, whether it is your education, your personal achievements, kind of people you know, kind of work you have done in the past, kind of organizations you have worked for, so you use all that to create a personal credibility, and then leverage that personal credibility to create the organizational credibility. So that is, in case of a startup, or in case of a, fresher who is starting his career, his or her career. Uh, you know, uh, I always emphasize upon the fact that your story is your brand, and communicating your story in such a way that it inspires other people also. That is a very, very powerful strategy. So I say that when you share inspiring success stories, a great personal brand is a gift from the universe. So don't focus on building a brand, but focus on doing a great work. Communicate your great work in such a way that other people feel inspired, and then automatically other people will develop a pride of association with you. They will start talking about you, and then the real brand will start getting built.
Sure, Amit, thank you. I feel that the keywords which is coming again and again by all the panelists is it's your story and it's communicating your story. Yes, Divya, what's your take? What's your strategies?
Is also communication. The one thing that I have definitely seen, over a 10-year career in the sustainability space, is that the keywords change a lot. It's a very dynamic, in general, it's very dynamic in nature, given the internet revolution and everything that's um, people, as they learn more about climate change, the way they perceive it has changed also. Like 2015, the Paris Agreement happened. Everybody suddenly knew about it. Everybody wanted to talk to me about climate change. Suddenly they were like, Divya, you've been talking about this for 5 years already. Can I talk to you more? So for me, it was very important that I come from a perspective where I bring a lot of optimism and bring a lot of hope for people. And I think climate hope is really important. And the fact is that if you want to really inspire people, as a personality, or you just want to kind of create your story in a way that is inspiring, you have to talk about the positive side of things. And so for me, always in my communication, I'm looking at what can I bring out? What is a bright side of this that I can bring out and communicate to the audience? And I work in policy. I work in the space of just advocacy in general. Every aspect, I feel the audience is slightly different, and based on the audience, you have to kind of change or narrate your story in a way that they can resonate with it and connect with it. And once they connect with it, it kind of inspires them to do their own thing. So I use a lot of ideas which are more to do with, like, can I do something in my personal life versus career as well, right? So what I do in my personal life is also do a lot of things related to an eco-friendly and sustainable zero waste lifestyle. So that becomes a part of my storytelling, and that is how I communicate to audience in different ways, saying, hey, even if you don't work in the same sector as me, you can still do something to save the planet. So look here, this is what you can do.
So, Divya, that's interesting. You're saying that whatever you're trying to communicate, do inculcate in your day-to-day life. It should not be fake it till you make it. Did I get that right, Divya? I mean, that's not, you take that. And then positive communication is also very important. But you mentioned whatever your causes are, may keep it positive. I mean, we definitely see whole lot of Twitter dramas or negative politics or negative news. So, yes, to everybody listening out there, communication which is in positive direction, which is your story that brings in your personal branding. Puru, what's your take, your strategies and suggestion for entrepreneurs as an investor?
Sure. So my reference point obviously is the startup space, because that's the piece which is closest to my heart. So look, every time you are out there in the market, whether you are trying to raise fund for your startup, or whether you are trying to get new clients for your startup, I think it's just very important to communicate your brand well, right? So you yourself are your brand, as Amit mentioned, that it starts there and it ends there. Whether you're dealing with your employees, whether you're dealing with new investors or your existing investors, whether you're dealing with new clients or existing clients, I think that is the key to any success story. We have seen. And if I just zero it down to the investment by itself, yeah, investment today is more of a rapid dating kind of a thesis, because all the investors have such a large deal flow, right? So you get very little time to spend on any opportunity, however good the opportunity might be. It's just very important that one, you should be sorted out your process about what you want to communicate, and two, you have to be very very crisp in your communication as well. I think that's the key element which probably even drives the conversation to the next level. If it was to culminate into something positive for you as an entrepreneur, or for your startup. So I think, and we have seen the pedigree stories. We have all seen the Flipkart mafia. We have all seen the pedigree of founders coming in from premier institutions. So I think that all of that comes as a package, which helps you build a brand for yourself, and then it eventually translates to a product. So let's also understand that while obviously all the investors would look at the use case and the business idea per se, but for them, the biggest moving point is always the founders, right? So how effectively are the founders able to communicate themselves, or their abilities and strengths, is what becomes a key to the investments, or any other key strategic aspect for any startup.
Right. Thanks, Puru, for that insight. Vivek is an entrepreneur. What's your strategy for yourself to build your personal brand, or strategies you will recommend them other entrepreneurs? Vivek, you're muted. You will need to unmute your. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So, Survey, the strategy is very simple. As I mentioned earlier, a personal brand is all about what you stand for, right? So, as a strategy, first thing that one needs to do is identify what they stand for, right? What is their personal goal, or what is their unified goal or universal goal, or how they would be known in their peers or in their community as, right? That is the starting point. And then once you have identified that stand, then you need to start communicating that stand, right? Whether you are whether you are on the social media or amongst different group of people or wherever it is, right? You need to start communicate about the philosophy or the stand that you or something that you stand for, right? Now the
Vivek, looks like internet issues got disconnected. We'll plug in with him. But I'll move to another very important segment. I'll definitely come back with personal branding. I have some users' questions flowing into at my end. Here, one question which is from a user has been asking. It's related to emotional intelligence. Will you prefer to hire a high IQ person or a high EQ person? This question is from Samhita, right? So Samhita is asking, will you hire Vivek? Sorry, we have cut you. I'm taking up a user question. Your internet was weak in between. So Samhita is asking this question: will you, if you got a chance, will you hire a high IQ person or will you hire a high EQ person? So yeah, I would like to hear this personally from each one of you. What would be your take? Puru, we can start from you.
Yeah, Surabhi, was that for me?
Yeah. Yes, Puru, it's for maybe this is for all the panelists. You
Yeah.
can start it.
All right. So yeah. So I think it has always to be a mix of IQ and EQ. Both of them have to sail together, especially if you talk about the startup world, because it's a extremely highly competitive world out there, right? So it has to be a balance of both of these. But I would certainly rate EQ slightly higher than IQ, because persistence is something which is which is one of the key factors for any successful startup journey. How efficiently and effectively are you able to wade through the rough waters and persist and with your thought and business, right? And EQ is something which
All right. So I think did we have a glitch even in Puru's side on internet? Uh, Divya, you can start. Meanwhile, is it high IQ for you or high EQ?
So if I had to pick someone as a team member, because I am still working, I would prefer a team member also like on lines with what Puru said, like somebody with a slightly higher EQ. But I mean, obviously, just because somebody has high EQ doesn't mean they wouldn't have any IQ, right? I mean, we would expect them to have a little bit of both, but I think a slight, higher EQ is very helpful, especially because in today's world, things are rapidly changing, and you want somebody very resilient, very adaptive. And the fact is that the only way we can actually grow together is by having that strong resilience. So no matter what sector, I mean, of course, in climate change sector, I think resilience plays a much stronger role because of how it is.
So for Puru and Divya, for both it's high EQ. Vivek, what's your take?
to this uh, so there's no straightforward answer to this. It actually depends on the stage of an organization where you are, right? So when you are in a very startup mode, right, you need a team which is more higher on EQ, because you need that passion, you need that energy, you need that 120% of each and everyone to bring it to a certain stage, right? When you get to a different stage, maybe a growth stage, or when you become a more like a corporatized kind of an organization, then you actually need a little more higher IQ, because now you need uh, specific outputs from different people, right? So I mean, I would say that it all depends on what stage you are in, and you will keep on hiring those kind of people at that uh, at at every stage.
So Vivek, initially, but you're saying if somebody who's a fresher, a new set of somebody who's into new in the organization or even the corporate startup, which is new, high EQ should be taken up. Did I get
Yeah,
that
what I'm
right?
saying is that when you are starting, right? If I'm going to have a startup, I mean, I would like to have a team which has more EQ, right? And as Divya said, that doesn't mean that the IQ is not there, right?
Right.
But slightly higher EQ. But once you get into a more growth stage or stabilization state, then you need more of a little bit more of IQ, because now it is an organization that is running. In a startup phase, it is the people who have to build that organization.
Sure. Puru, I'll let you finish because we got disconnected and then we will move to Amit for this.
Yeah. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to, and I completely agree with Vivek that different. If you're a growth stage startup, then obviously the needs are very different. And for an early stage or for a seed stage startup, the needs are very different. So look, Elon Musk's in this world are very rare, right? Both they have both a high IQ and a high EQ, which is why they are able to build one story after the other and seamlessly, right? But for most of the people, it's like one large story in a lifetime, and that's where you pretty much win it or lose it. And for that one large story, I would still put more emphasis on the EQ, because that's what would make you cover the distance and make it happen for you.
Sure. Amit, high IQ, high EQ.
Okay, I will take the other aspect for which role you are hiring or I am hiring. For example, if I am hiring a storyteller for my team, then I would prefer a guy or girl with high EQ, because storytelling is all about empathy. On the other hand, if I'm hiring a team member, who has to do consulting and maybe do personal brand audit for the clients, then I would prefer a person who has a higher IQ. Same way, human resources, I would say, or customer service, and these kind of roles require definitely more EQ. But certain roles, which can be at the back end, which are non-customer interfacing, or which are maybe more complex in terms of, like I said, personal brand audit, they would require a person with higher IQ.
Sure. So, to all the educators, students, young professionals listening to this, you understand that almost every single panelist is talking about having emotional intelligence, emotional resilience. But what do we do about Indian parents? And this is an open question to all the panelists. Feel free to pick it up. Whoever wants to start, who's so marks obsessed? If we go and tell them, hey, let your kids build personal brand, okay, okay, 10 marks come aa gaya hai, koi dikkat nahi hai. Or even graduate, but the parents even are so obsessed with their kids, who are in graduation and post graduation, that they end up taking all the decisions. So forget about increasing their EQ, because the decisions for the marriage or the course, they cannot take it up, right? So how do you tell Indian parents, Indian demographic, that okay, keep aside marks, put your energy into building EQs and put your energy in building, personal brand. What's it? Open to everybody.
So let me just start on this.
Sure, sure.
Okay, so it's a uh, kind of a very close hearted subject to me. So I mean, here is my take on this. Look, I have a daughter who is in class 11, right? And I told her very clearly, see, it all depends upon you, where you want to go next. You want to go to a open kind of an institution like a liberal arts or go outside India, you need to create your own personal brand and something. If you want to do your next your graduation and post graduation in somewhere like a Delhi University or something like that, then you need to get the marks, right? So the thing is that, I mean, it all depends that where the student has to go. I mean, you can't have a scenario where you create a good personal brand for yourself and then you aspire for Delhi University, because Delhi University needs marks, right? So your aim will determine whether you
But
need to go after the marks or you need
exactly
to.
talking like an Indian parent, exactly, and that's what we're talking about, the obsessions getting over, right?
No, no, for me, it's not about an obsession. I mean, I just can't go and change the structure of Delhi University one fine day, right? It is, I mean, it is known to everyone, right? It is there. What is there, we have to take it, right?
Mhm.
I don't go and dictate my daughter that you need to go to Delhi University or you need to go to some XYZ university or this college or that college. I mean, you have to take a decision, and then based on that decision, you have to create a path for yourself.
I have a feeling some of the panelists want to throw a different light. Yeah.
A little different light from my own personal experience. So, I mean, I came from the mid 2000s where every kid was told that you have to go to IIT, only then your life was made, right? So my parents definitely wanted me to go to IIT or BITS and have that IQ, of course. And I was one of the smartest kids in school, so I was told that I have to pursue these kind of courses. However, from my own journey, I think I developed a lot more EQ trying to tell my own story to my parents. So at the age of 22, I told my parents, no, I'm not going to do a techie job. That's not me. And I will pursue something different. So it took me, my first storytelling happened to my parents. That's where I started helping them understand what I'm trying to achieve and be able to say that these are my personal targets. And though I have an engineering background, this is what I'm going to pursue towards. And I think a lot of emotional intelligence comes in the form of way you're able to navigate relationships. So, right, how you communicate with your people, right, with your family, with your friends, and then the larger audience. So, I think the first storytelling happens with parents, and it'll take some time given Indian parents have been told that, marks are the only criteria that kind of define your child's, future, right? But also kind of help them navigate through that process with that emotional intelligence, builds your own emotional intelligence. That's what I feel. And I'm able to apply that to my different audiences also, because again, another thing that I can share here is that a lot of people come from the mindset that, oh, the world is the same way, nothing's going to change anyway. So if you really want to help people to be inspired towards change, then you have to narrate it in a way that connects and resonates with them. So I would say that anybody who's graduating now trying to do something different, make your parents the first people you tell your story and actually build it from there.
So Vivek, your daughter should listen to this clip. Right? Yes, I think Puru is in Hyderabad and there's a heavy cyclone there, and hence he's dropping in and off. Dr. Amit, take it ahead.
Yeah. So I would like to take, a few interesting issues here. Number one is the parental mindset, vis-a-vis the societal mindset. So parents are also a subset of the societal mindset, and the societal mindset, there are a lot of issues. One is the issue of insecurity. Will my child get admission, get a job? So so that opportunity problem, or like he said that Delhi University selects you on the basis of marks. So what do parents do? So that's a system issue, that's a societal mindset issue. And I think changing mindsets is something which takes a lot of time. maybe I would still say that I am seeing that, like for example, a friend of a brother of a friend came to me, and he was taking, my advice for his daughter. So I said, what is she good at? So he said that she's good at writing. So I said, social media marketing and digital marketing is a great career. And, ideally, she should be good at English and psychology for, developing good content after understanding the, human psychology. And she actually took admission into Christ University in Bangalore, where she's now studying, BA with English and psychology. So parents are becoming open-minded as new opportunities and new careers are coming up. But still, mindset change is something which takes a lot of time. But at the same time, if you look at the mindsets in maybe more upper middle class or upper class, then for example, I had met, Sumitra Mahajanji, the former Lok Sabha speaker, and she told me that, my granddaughter wants to do history honors. I say, okay, you go ahead and do history honors. My son wanted to become a pilot, so we never stopped him from becoming a pilot. But then she comes from a upper class family, where people don't have so much of financial insecurity. My parents, in fact, after class 10th, they told me to take my own decisions. Maybe they trusted me a lot that I will take the right decisions, or they gave me the freedom which course I want to do, what I want to do with my career. So but yes, the mindsets are changing in the middle class also, as they see more opportunities. Another point which I wanted to highlight is that on the whole, this open-mindedness to choosing your passion, choosing your own path, I am seeing that open-mindedness is increasing. Sometimes when you choose a path of passion, and specifically like arts, creative fields, you want to become a singer or a dancer, it may take more years of struggle, because the opportunities to monetize your creativity are lesser in India, maybe compared to the developed world. So I would say that choosing your passion and struggling few years more is better than choosing a career, where you stay unhappy throughout your life. So I, to put it in very interesting, simple words, I wrote once on social media, there are two options in life. One is to choose a dark tunnel, which is becoming, brighter every day. For example, starting your own business and, doing something which is very difficult in the beginning, but then the light is increasing every day. Or the other path is, choosing a tunnel where there is lot of light, but it is becoming darker every day. When you actually do the rat race, you may make more money initially, but then you are becoming more unhappy, and more unhappy, and so that is the problem.
Beautifully put, Ahmed, and rightly with a very great context on at least Career Summit being talked about. Puru, your take, do you want to add before we move to last question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So I think, look, having a subject matter expertise, whether it's for kids, a lot of kids are sharp at a certain subjects, right? That is one part of the equation, and conveying that expertise in a, or if I was to put it as storytelling around that capability and subject is entirely different aspect, and both these aspects play a very a crucial role in defining the outcome, right? So I think it's just very important that you as a parent should also focus on developing the child's personality, which in turn would translate into the branding for the child, apart from obviously giving them all the access which they need to improve their subject matter expertise. So I think both these pieces go hand in hand, and you can't leave in today's world, which is extremely dynamic.
I'm so sorry. I think it's Hyderabad cyclone. We have lost Puru. We'll move to last question. This is a question from the audience. Hi, I'm Sudhir. I am in third year college, and in next 6 months, I'll be getting into campus placement. What is your tip for me to build my personal branding, which will help me in getting best job? So, what tip can we give to Sudhir, Vivek, Divya, Amit?
I think the first thing is don't only think of. I mean, don't create a personal branding to get a job, right? That is a too narrow focus, or for someone to create a. I mean, personal brand is all about yourself. I mean, it is an aura that you want to create about yourself, right? And the and only to create get a job, you want to do a personal branding. I don't think that you will ever be able to do any good job in doing that, right? Because that's not. Uh, I mean, you will not do justification to your own oneself. So I think in order to get a job, you need to understand that what their job requirements are and what they want to do. Personal branding is a long-term thing, and you need to keep on doing that.
Sure. So, anybody wants to add more to Sudhir's question? Puru, sorry, we lost you again. We know it's a cyclone in Hyderabad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's actually bad. The weather is taking its toll on the connectivity as well.
right, right. So, any more suggestion and tip to Sudhir for his personal branding tip for job, which he has asked?
I think one thing I suggest everybody to go into, like even as a fresher, I think there is something you have discovered your passion so far. Maybe your passion will change in the future, but as of today, what is your passion? If not say passion, like, or what is the pain point that brings out that passion? So if you can identify that and kind of say that this is what I'm trying to kind of work towards, I think that makes a lot of difference. If a person knows that this is something they're passionate about, this is something they would like to make a difference in, that changes that. And you don't have to have a personal branding for that. I mean, you're a person. I'm sure you have one passion or one particular interest. So go with that. Flow with that. And I think what last thing I wanted to say is that so you are like, don't fake it till you make it, right? That I truly believe it. Don't fake it. So like Vivek sir said, don't make a personal branding profile just because you want to get a job, but go with what you're passionate about. So walk your talk. Say that this is what I want to achieve and this is what I'll do.
Fantastic. Any more tips? So, the calls for closing of our session, I personally learned a lot. Some of the key points and strategies I am going to implement personally. Thanks, Dr. Amit, Vivek, Divya, and Puru. I'll get in touch with each one of you to say thanks personally. And I hope the entire audience, especially the freshers and final year graduates, would have had lots to take through. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all your time.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, Nitya, over to you.
Session.
So, where's my friend Nitya? All right.
How was the session, Surbi?
Oh, I enjoyed thoroughly. So, I had this amazing mix of panel, amazing diverse background. So, I was like, oh my God, I do this day in and out, but still there was something very new for me, right?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And I think finding that balance is what they were trying to, all of them had equally to say about, right? Finding whether it's a personal brand or your EQ, which is your
Yeah.
IQ, balance is very important for us to succeed. So wonderful session again. Great learnings. I hope all the participants who are watching these sessions get as much out of it as I'm having fun out of this. Okay, the next session is rising cost of higher education amidst e-learning. And the panelists are Archana Gaba, Chief Learning Officer, Saint Kabir Gurkul, Chandrasekhar Puj, CEO, Vidya Helpline Project at Nirman, Manish Dalmia, Director Marketing and Public Relations, NMIMS, Manjeet Singh, CEO and co-founder, Buddy for Study, and we have Surbi back with us as the panel moderator.
Thank you, Nitya, for handing it again to me. I think this is my last panel for the day. I guess Chandra and Archana has to join. So if someone can on the team can coordinate with Chandra and Archana, that will be nice. Hey, welcome Manish, welcome Manjeet.
Hi, good evening, Surabhi. How are you doing?
Good evening, Surbi.
I'm good, good. Thank you, thank you. So
Good
this
evening,
is very
Manjeet. This is Manish
exciting.
Dalmia.
Yeah, hey Manish. Hi, Manjeet this side
Nice,
from
nice
Manipur City.
meeting you. Yeah,
Same
The
here,
yeah,
buddy.
indeed.
important thing is that on this panel, we have very mixed set of professionals. We have representation from an university. We have representation from somebody who gets living out by giving scholarship to people. We have somebody from school, and we have from a CSR NGO background. So when we were making this panel, somewhere it's echoing the voice. Could could you mute everybody? The host? Is it Chandra? All right. Yeah. So this is exciting because Chandra represents a NGO CSR space. Manjeet represents a space which gives access to scholarship. Manish represents a space which is universities and college. And Archana, we can have your video on. She represents K-12 segment. Fantastic. Welcome all of you. Since noon, we have been talking about how the world will change with future of jobs, new skills, how we should be looking at emotional quotient more, or we talked about national education policy. Now this segment is very, very important. Reason because the COVID has actually changed everything. A new normal possibly going, this might be new normal forever. So this track is all about how should we be looking at the cost of education versus the very cheap, cost effective way of online. So, my first question, which you can take up rounds, and this question is open to all the panelist members. Do you really see remote learning or online learning happening the same way during the COVID time? It will also happen when the pandemic gets over. What's your take? Do you see the remote learning and online learning still staying in the every household? Pandemic ends. Chandra, I think there's two videos on. From your side, voice is echoing. Yeah, Manjeet, maybe you can start.
For inviting me to speak
Yeah,
on this
Manjeet,
platform.
yeah.
Sure. Thanks.
And
Thanks,
I
Surbi.
must
So
congratulate
last
you on the
7, 8
selection.
months.
I must congratulate on the selection of this topic, which is very, very relevant, contemporary, and yet very important and perennial because this is something which is very, very important for all of us as educationists and academicians. To start with, uh, if you look at the overall, we have to look at a macro perspective as well of the entire higher education ecosystem today, which stands at around $120 billion in the country, and out of which around for 30% is higher education segment. So which itself is a very, very big piece and which is translated into, which is further divided into private as well as public. So blended learning, as we all know, that it is part of becoming a part of our learning process in last 7 to 8 years. But this is just like the start of a big, big revolution, and that doesn't mean that one will replace another. It is going to complement each other because the learning and the GR, the gross enrollment ratio itself, is very, very less as compared to the vision of the government. Today we are sitting at 27%, and the vision by 2030 is around 50% of GER in higher education segment. So yeah, cost on the cost part, it is increasing very high over a period of time, at least 3x than the rate of inflation in the country for last 20 years. Reasons are very, very clear to all of us. It is imperative for us to discuss those in more detail. For example, the industry demands skilled manpower. Industries for a simple job like a call center job as well, you need to be a graduate today. And for any other job, that means the framework for vocational education has not been developed in the first 50 odd years. which is now getting developed with the implementation of NSDC and the skill framework in the country. So that puts an additional burden on the universities and the higher education segment to educate youth of the country to make them employable. That is very, very important. And what happens is then that there are public universities which have good curriculum, good teaching learning pedagogy, but they may lack on the infrastructure count, and that is where the private participation has been increasing in last, I would say, 4 to 5 decades. Now we see a huge universe of 990 plus university, which is trying to make a difference, and 60% of them are private in terms of filling this gap. So to fill this gap, then everybody, there's a lot of competition as well. There are parents' expectations so that their wards stands well in the society with good education. So the pressure is multilateral. One is from the parents to the kids because they want a stable career, a good lifestyle over a period of time, and also in the education system to educate and create a very solid pool of skilled manpower, which Industry 4.0 is looking at. So now the dichotomy is that to provide a high quality education, you have to set up high quality infrastructure as well in the country, because there are international university also doing a lot of programs in India in way of a student exchange, training program. So the expectations of students are also on a very, very higher side. Having said that, then students, then universities and colleges do plan their program in such a way that itself become very, very expensive. If you look at the cost of engineering, say 10 years ago, it was on a public, I would say in university or college, it was around 12,000, 15,000. Now it is up to 60, 70,000. If you look at private space, it may go up to 25 lakh rupees for 5 years, right? Similarly, for the MBA education and similarly for the medical education, the cost is going very, very high. So the choices with the universities.
Yeah. So I'll just I want to, because things which you are speaking is my next set of questions.
Sure,
So
sure.
you saying that this trend will not stay for long when pandemic ends. Is
No, no,
that
I am saying no, no. I am saying otherwise. It's going to be a hybrid model for the universities,
okay?
because what happens is there's already a lot of infrastructure cost has been deployed, and
Right.
that cannot replace the one-to-one interaction. But the component of online learning is to gain a credentials largely in India, and the foremost objective of universities and colleges is to prepare citizens to live a peaceful and good public and civil life as well. So there's a difference between both the areas. Yeah.
Fantastic. So Manish says that it will, post pandemic learning will move hybrid. What does Archana think?
Hi, thank you so much, Surbhi, for having me today, and good evening to all the co-panelists and everybody who's watching. See, being a school principal and then having college-going kids at home, I would speak from the other side of the table, I would say. So I believe blended learning is going to stay. I mean, that is going to be the new normal for us for sure. And I believe this is what should be very, very keen and proactive to adopt, rather, as institutions, because as much as we invest earlier have been investing on infrastructure, this is fortunate that we can now invest that much amount, resources and everything on learning resources, learning opportunities for the children. And this will become, I guess, more affordable, though we look at it that maybe the price will increase as the topic of our discussion is. But I look at it the other way around, because I believe the competition would be even fierce now. And students, because as per the new education policy, there are going to be multiple entry and exit points in colleges. So students are going to be spoiled for choices for the courses as well as for the colleges which are coming. And government has already, in talks with so many international colleges and universities also, who are going to offer online and offline courses in India as well. So I believe this higher education is going to be a very, very interesting and exciting space in most probably in a year to come.
So fantastic. So Archana and Manish both believes, who represents institution, that hey, it's going to be hybrid. Despite I was hoping the biasness would be towards no, things will move offline soon, because that's where the maximum investment has already gone. So let's hear from two different perspectives. Chandra, what do you think? You run an NGO. What do you think?
Right, right. Hi, Surabhi. First, good evening, all of you. Thank you, Surabhi, for giving this opportunity. And I feel it's very important that from an NGO standpoint, we share about this aspect of it, especially the digitalization part. Where if you look at a country like India, where majority of us are still the first generation learners, we are seeing a huge inclusion problem, inclusion challenge because of the current pandemic that is happening. While one side, it eventually can lower the cost of education or bring better quality resources to the people, even from anywhere across the top faculty teaching to the grassroots people. But right now, one of the important challenges is access to devices, and the technology and the internet is one of the most common prevalent challenge that is there on the ground. So in terms of getting better quality insights on certain subjects, definitely the current way it is going is absolutely fine. However, I think there is a serious challenge of getting inclusive. And the second challenge I see is when we look at education, it's not just about learning certain concepts and certain subjects. There is a lot of socio-emotional aspects which is very critical, and that to right across the entire education spectrum. Like as you and I were in BITS, one of the fantastic things that has happened in BITS was uh, more than academics, we used to do a lot of extracurricular activities, which has helped us today
I
run
asked
different
you to
things.
pause here because I
Yeah,
wanted to put forward this question. So
sure.
you are saying that this trend will not stay for long, is it?
This trend, see, it is largely dependent on COVID, but this trend will divide the rural and the urban segment even more, which is not very healthy for a nation.
Okay,
So,
fantastic. So I'll get back on your socio skills and all. Very relevant. I want to take inputs from every panelist. Manjeet, what do you think? The trend of online learning, will it stay post pandemic?
Sure. Thanks, Ruby. So yeah, like Chandrasekhar was saying, so if we see the divide in India, so there's a rural student population and the urban student population, and we work with this. I mean, mostly with the rural. So we see a lot of challenges the students are facing. So currently, the biggest challenge they are facing is infrastructure. So the right infrastructure is not available. And if you see the India students population, so we have about 29 crore students, and out of that, 80% belong to the AWS community, which is close to about 23 crores. So, as Chandrasekhar rightly said, so I also see the same thing as soon as the schools open up. So, at least the students in the rural are going to be rushing back to the schools. So, the way they are using internet is going to go down. But definitely, I think with the infrastructure coming up slowly. So, what they are doing right now, so maybe that'll online learning will be doing maybe about 10% of their education, and which is going to go or grow slowly over the period of next few years. But like what is available in urban, so I can see a clearly I mean the divide that's going to be maybe 60 school, 40 online, but in rural it's going to go slow.
I'm very surprised. I was hoping all the panelists either will say that it won't happen or it will happen. But I got very, very interesting opinions and views on it. Whereas I personally think that uh, especially I'm very surprised that institution representatives said, yeah, hybrid seems good, pretty good. Whereas the CSR representative, Manjeet and Chandra, you want the physical thing to happen more, despite where I think that it's easier to pay a 50,000 fees for gadget and device and internet versus a 5 lakhs college or school fees for a CSR coming out from CSR pocket. What's your take on that? Because in this way, I can give the best of knowledge without putting college fees like right 5 to 10 lakh rupees. I have to spend on gadget. That's it, and the
right.
resources are there. What's your take? And this especially to Chandra and Manjeet.
Right, Surbi. A very good point. I think when we look at it from a broader sense, it seems very logical that this is a very cost-effective solution. However, I want to share one example and then it might relate to you. So we run one helpline for all career-related queries, and in that we do one analysis where we look at how much male percentage of callers and how much female percentage of callers. Today we stand at around 19% of the students who are from female background and 81% are from male background. So the reason why I'm highlighting this here is access to digital devices to certain population of our society. It is seen in a different way where the students, especially girl children from rural areas, are not generally given access to the devices and all. So that is one gap which I see. And second thing is, if we the online part which we are talking about, it has both the positives and the challenges. And if it is not appropriately administered, there are more negative consequences which can happen than the positive utility. So we may, I think, the current pandemic has thrown us into a situation just like a sudden push into the situation. I think there is a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built, yeah, at the grassroots, and then probably we will be there where we can utilize this online platforms. So in one way, if you ask me, 60 to 70% of education is not happening for students now, whereas the urban or the people who are privileged to have access are happening. For others, the education is not happening literally. So yeah, this is
Okay.
where I come
I
from.
hear
So
you, Chandra. I think the ground
Correct.
realities and problems you're talking about. Manji, do you have a different take on this?
No, I mean, to a certain extent, I completely agree with Chandrasekhar. But again, that population from the rural, you can again divide it from students below 12 standard and students above 12 standard. So students below 12 standard, say, I would say maybe 20 to 30% only have access to mobile phone or a stable internet for online learning. But if you see the students from the other side, so I would say about 60 to 70% of the students have access to internet, has access to some of the mobile phones, and they are continuing education. So there's a huge divide between students below 12 standard and students above 12 standard, is the challenge.
Sure. So, Manish, thanks. I think for me, it's totally a eye opener, this conversation. Manish, the question is to you. Do you fear as a university that a lot of students will start demanding a lower cost because you have all the programs now almost available in very peanut price on internet, and now everybody has gotten used to it. For them, the fear is totally out of an institution where we could not have thought before COVID, which just happened overnight. So the fear that okay, institution is the thing, and anyways, institutions are also now using the online resource. So do you fear that the cost of the fees needs to be brought down because they are I mean, the programs running in $50 as effective as a professor would be teaching in the college, right? Just because now anyway everything is going online. So yeah. So what's your take, Manish?
Uh, Shilpi, so I would completely disagree with line of thought that the cost of education at a university level will go down or should go down. So I'll give you some perspective. As Manjit was saying, that we have to classify our target audience. We are talking about say online education. So if you look at the current $2 billion market of the online education, which is around roughly 9% of the total higher education segment in the country, and there are around 20 lakh learners right now. The target is there are 2 crore learners right now, and which is going to go up till around 3.37 million by 2025, as per the latest report. So the question here is that what is online education doing today? As I earlier mentioned, it is helping you to get credential in order to become get yourself upskilled, right skilled, and fit for the job the industry's 4.0 demands. Currently, I don't see online education replacing the complete university system, or the cost of education is going to go down, because see, universities are seen as nation builders. If you see the reason why university were set up and why colleges are there, it does not only give you say knowledge about a given program. It teaches you like in school, so you learn about how to live a life, discipline, and all those things. So a college and university life provides a lot of other inputs which are online education, which is hard, which is self-paced learning largely to do with credentials. But education at the university level offers a lot of things in terms of one-to-one interaction, interpersonal dynamics, skill building, team working. All these things are very, very important. Collaboration to be as a ready for 21st century skill sets which are required for the job. So I don't see the cost of education should go down, ideally speaking, but the value which is coming out of education is very, very important. Problem in India, what has happened is that education institutions mushroom in such a way with such low occupancy that doesn't offer quality. Because today programs with 50 lakhs also sells, it has to help educate graduates get themselves employment in the industry. So there's not a cost in absolute way, but the cost has to be seen as relative. Why this cost is also seems to be high, because there's intense competition amongst the private players as well. Everybody demands the best student. They have to offer a lot of. You are talking about the 50,000 rupee investment devices to be given. We are only talking about a handful of audience there. See, we invest heavily in educating by way of high-tech classrooms, by way of giving them laptops and other access like a Bloomberg terminal. All those things are adding up to the cost, because students were not getting these in government institutions earlier. Now, government institutions are also speeding up for the activity for that. So, ideally speaking, the cost has gone up because there's a huge demand for quality education in the country. And online education currently is a very, very minuscule part of that, which is growing, which is continue to grow at a very fast pace, a CAGR of 25-30% as per the edtech industry. But edtech industry is also, we have to understand that there are 5-6 segments. It's not only like they are giving credentials, there are test preparation, then there are in terms of your upskilling, in terms of certification, in terms of K-12. So there's a huge lot of segments available. Uh, how what can help education costs come down over a period of time is a solid development of a vocational framework in the country, which government is actively pursuing through a NSDC framework and skill framework, wherein we supply a lot of apprentices to the industry, so that the demand of graduates and the quality of work over next 1 or 2 decades gets better, and so that the cost can be optimized. So I don't see that universities as a cost of education is challenging for sure for parents as well, but it has a lot of components. Not only tuition fees, it is coaching, it is travel, transport, book, periodicals, then teaching and learning aids. There are a lot of things out there. Also, if you look at the difficulty level of studying online, the self-assessment, the course completion is very, very less, hardly 40% in India, as compared to say 60% globally. If you look at Coursera, Udemy, and other data, so that is also a very important thing. People are picking up online, but they're not finishing it online, because there is a online fatigue which we all have faced over a period of time. What happens in the classroom setup is that there are routines and there are schedules which has to be completed over a period of time, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, and hence the education and the outcome is being taken care of in a much better way. That's the reason why the medical education cannot go online right now. Engineering education cannot go online fully, and rather the magic education, because it's already a short program like 18 months, 2 years, and 1 year, and wherein the audience is very mature. But when you look at the undergraduate level, the online is still scratching a little bit surface there. So it is to more towards credentials building in order to become more employable in the corporate sector. But the importance of universities and the colleges going to remain of paramount importance. And why that is so? Because government is planning to open 6 new IITs with a expenditure of 24,000 crore rupees in next 5 years. The around 700 crores have already been invested so far. So that is itself a testimony to the fact that the importance of university and the cost is going to be a concern, but very, very important component to be in. In
I
addition,
uh,
Surabhi, government has also allowed 100 top universities to set up the online courses. So that is where I was coming from. We will not be left with a choice where everything will be done face to face. Why I said blended is a choice rather than a compulsion for the universities, but the ratio will go up. So right now, if you look at the online blended, is around 5 to 7%. Some universities 10%. It is going to go up to 20 to 30% depending on the subject matter. But if you ask me the question that is going to replace college education, no, because that's a global trend. A global trend change only once in 20 to 50 years, wherein the impact is on half of the population of the world. That is my submission.
Thank you, Manish. You almost have convinced me with your points. Ashna, what do you say? The institutions on the cost part, especially schools and especially from all across India, we hearing about parents not submitting to schools. So, is your take different from what Manish has to say?
I would say it is. And I would want to add to what Mr. Chandrasekhar and Manjeet were saying. I represent an area where like I'm catering to the students of low income group, right? And this is a totally rural area. I'm in the remotest village, you can say, of Punjab in India, very close to Indo-Pak borders. And you see the reality that they are talking about, that below 12th, only 20 or 30% students have access to a mobile phone or any device to continue their studies online. This was so when the pandemic began till the month of August, at the most the month of August. But then the parents and the students realized that this is not going to end, things are not going to go back to normal. So now the situation is otherwise, because being, I represent some 12 schools also in this area with whom I'm working very closely as President Sahode. So I have seen that 60 to 70%, rather more of our students now have access to gadgets. Parents have understood that they need to, invest. And even very low income group, I mean, my school is at that level where you can say the average fee for a year that we charge is approx 10,000 up to 9 standard. Okay, annually it is that group. Okay, so now if they can have access to a gadget, I would say things are improving. One thing. Secondly, this access will increase. How? Because see, so far what we have been doing is emergency remote teaching. This is not online model that we are imparting them. It's neither blended nor online. This is just emergency remote teaching. We have been just thrown in the water and we are just, trying to somehow, come above it. So that's why maybe it's taking time for parents and students to be convinced with this mode of learning and to come at par with it. But they will come. But yes, 100% online learning should not happen, will not and should not happen. Why? Because in school there is not only a classroom built for the student. We create a whole structure. There are labs, there are playgrounds, there are common rooms, there are art rooms, there are so many things, because education is not about just completion of the curriculum and the whatever prescribed syllabus. So yes, blended learning should have been always. I mean, it's sad that a pandemic has to push us to this. This already was the ideal way of learning, and it should be. As for the cost, see, I'm sure everybody will agree with me on this, even Manish too. Manish ji, when we say that something is expensive, we consider it expensive if we are not getting the value for the money we invested. As long as the universities or the colleges or the schools give the students, the consumer, okay, because students are the consumers, parents are actually the clients of schools and universities. So as long as we give the consumer the quality, the value for the money that their parents have invested in them, I believe they will not consider, and it should not be considered expensive education as such. And At the same time, my faith is still this, because the online platform, the online scope is really wide, very very wide. I mean, students, if now they don't have the choice between just their national universities or the state universities, they can choose from the international universities also. And when the competition enters the market, prices of course always go down and quality goes up. But at the same time, I believe that the consumers and the clients' investment will definitely increase in education. Other than the college degree, they would want to, learn so many other skills also to make themselves ready for this coming world. So, investment from the consumer side will increase, but universities, schools, institutions, we will all have to rationalize our expense, the fee or whatever structure we impart to the students. That's my belief.
Archana, you put up some very beautiful points, especially that this is emergency remote learning, and talking about, yes, the cost definitely has to go down because there's going to be a global competition in this space. That's beautiful. In fact, Chandra and Manji, this is question for both of you. Because I'm very intrigued with your inputs, because I was not expecting, I was totally expecting the other way around, and blame it to my mindset. So here, what if you had 10 lakh rupees for Buddy for Study to give scholarship, and for Nirman to invest into your students? Now out of that 10 lakh rupees, either you can send to 2 students to college or university, or give gadgets to 20 students and enroll into online program and fund their education. What will you choose and why? Yes, Chandra.
Okay. Surabhi, you can't be this smart, okay? Well, so what I would probably do is, see, it's all on the ground. It's largely about the scale of people as well. So what I would probably look at doing is,
You
so
will have to do a direct answer to my
yeah,
question
yeah.
apart from
So
whatever.
yeah, yeah. So I'll do it a midway where I'll send one of them for a higher school education. Whoever is bright out of that, say some 60 students, one of them who is very bright will send them for higher education. And through him, we will look at ways of supporting other grassroots people, Surabhi. Maybe I would invest that money like that.
Okay. Okay, so you wanted to add more stuff, so keep sharing. And why would you do that? You can also share about. So Manish, you missed the question. The question was that Manjeet runs a scholarship platform, and Chandra
Okay.
runs an NGO for students, which gives free career guidance to rural audience. So we gave them 10 lakhs to each organization and asked them to decide: do you want to fund 2 students university education or 20 students with gadgets and online enrollment? So what will they choose and why will they choose? Yes, Chandra.
Yeah. So my point was, you're asking Manjeet or me, Surabhi?
No, you were continuing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So my point
Thank you,
was,
Surabhi.
yeah, my point was I would try to look at entire helping all the students. So the way I would probably do is send one of them to that part and whatever university, and through him there is, and build some basic infrastructure. Say not at an individual level, but something at a community level, probably in a community hall or somewhere where we will set up the digital infrastructure and then utilize in both ways. Because I see 2 points here, Surabhi. One, I think at the grassroots level, lack of role models is one of the most hindering thing that people are coming from. So at least some of them, we would want them to become as these role models. And if a girl child is there in that, I would probably prefer her to go and study somewhere else and utilize the other part to build up the local stuff and keep contributing. So this blended model is what I would probably prefer and implement, and there will be lot of ownership for that child, that a gaon mein se mere ko people have made me study it there, and she will have that give back kind of a nature also to the community that she is coming from.
Sure. So Manjeet, what would you do with your scholarships?
So, I mean, in the ideal world, so if we have a choice, so I would definitely go with the model in which we can provide gadgets to the students and help them in the learning. So usually these students, like Chandra was saying, so I'll agree with him. So there are two kinds of students. So one are like top 10 or 15% who are self motivated. You just give them the gadgets, you give them the material, and they will learn on their own. And the remaining 70-80%, so you would need some mentors or some role models, and continuously help them in doing learn on that learning path. But definitely, I mean, I'm a big fan of technology, so most of the work that we do is backed by technology. And the biggest challenge that we face in helping these kids is the access. And second is, even if there is a phone in the family, so usually they have one phone in the family, and in the morning when the parents or the father goes to work, so there is no phone available or gadgets available with these kids. And even when they have gadgets, so parents are not very okay with the internet, because usually in an online class, for a few hours of class, so it consumes like 400 500 MBs of data, and they usually get stuck with that data. So given an ideal world, so if the infrastructure is available, and if we have the option, I would definitely go with option.
Manjeet, we lost you.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Manjeet, I
To
think he internet. Yeah. Manjeet, we lost you in the last few seconds.
So I was saying, I mean, in the ideal world, so I would definitely go for option two. And because if you enable the kid in the learning way, so then there are no boundaries. So there's no limitation to what they can learn, and it's not dependent on the teachers, it's not dependent on their environment. So the world is their learning place. So would definitely go for that option.
Sure. So I have one question. That was interesting. Interesting question and interesting set of answers. I have one question from audience. Here the audience say the name is Madira. Madira says that hi, I am in fourth year and I was thinking of post graduation from abroad earlier, but now after pandemic, I think I should be doing an online course instead. So esteemed panelist, can you suggest me, should I be doing a full-time post-graduation or an online post-graduation? Open to all. Anybody can give advice to my.
Uh, I can take that. So I'll share my perspective. So Madira, I think very good question. So one very important aspect in learning is apart from whatever content subject that you are learning, it's all about your other socio-emotional skills and the networking skills and the connections that you will be able to establish with your peer group. I think that is something which nothing can give you. So I would strongly recommend, even if you want to wait a bit, wait one more year. Currently, it looks like a big gap. Once you enter into 30s, 1 year, I say, chale jata, you'll not even realize that year on year it just keeps going. Probably, I would recommend hold back if you are cautious about COVID, hold back a year and then see if you pursue post grad directly in the college. That's my opinion.
And I have a point to add here, if I can. So also, if Manjari is looking at pursuing education abroad, then universities abroad are offering deferred admission, wherein she can secure the admission this year and do some bridge programs in order to be ready for the full-time program, and she can travel next year. By then, the situation of COVID will improve for sure, should improve for sure for the entire world economy. So there shouldn't be any problem. And as rightly mentioned by Chandrasekhar, that it has to be largely an in-class kind of she has not mentioned that what she wants to pursue, whether she wants to pursue medicine, engineering, or management. The answer would also change a little bit from that side, but largely a classroom-based learning abroad, which will also have an internet blended component from their side, would be largely the answer for the student. Yeah.
Fantastic. Any more inputs to Madira? Because it's time to wrap up our session. Manjeet, Archana, do you have something to share to her? Archana, you're muted.
Yes. I would want to add one more thing to this answer to Madhura and to every Madhuri, I guess. the girl who asked the question, and to every student who is considering whether they should go for online or offline post graduation, I would say, just as Maneesh said, that if your course is, every course should give you some skill. If you think your graduation has skilled you already, you can go for online course and utilize this time to its best level. But if you think that your graduation has not skilled you enough to be able to take up that work from the first day itself when you join the industry, then you must wait and go for the offline regular classroom, physical classroom only. That's what I would want to, because it's all about skilling yourself. Otherwise,
Sure.
degrees have
Thank you.
no
Thank
meaning.
you. You guys at least changed my perspective on this topic altogether. I think this was, yeah, Chandra.
One last point I would like to share, Surabhi. So maybe one question, as the time is running out, one question. See, all of us go to schools for education, right?
Yes.
Actually wrong.
Yes.
There is substantial number of people who are going to study in government schools because of midday meal scheme. There are substantial reports which say that the attendance
Yeah,
of
that's right.
students have increased because they are providing one meal per day. One component of meal is taken care by the government, right? So we are still in such a phase of our country, and majority of population are still there. So there are two kinds of people here. One is completely in government schools. Second, in the schools which Archana ma'am was talking about, where low income private schools kind of people, where I see the parents are very aspirational, where they want to see their kids go somewhere, do something like all of us are doing here. So at least those people are getting a lot of access. So if anybody is there in policymakers or anybody, I think a lot of people would be viewing these. So my request is to have these people also in mind, where for them education is still happening because they are going and getting one meal. Such kind of population is still there. So whatever we are taking up at a policy level, if we can have them as the first beneficiary and then plan out the other part, I think it would be a great way to go about for a country like India. So thank you, Survi.
Thank you, Chandra. Thanks a ton, Archana, Manish, Manjeet. I'll connect with each one of you. And thanks to everybody watching. For me, this was the most exciting panel, the most diverse panel. Thank you for being with us. I'll connect with everybody.
Thank you.
And thanks,
Thank you,
audience,
Surabhi.
on CareerGuide.com and summit.careerguide.com. Keep pouring in your questions to us. And we can't pick all your questions, but we'll try to pick as many questions as we can. Thanks, Manish, Archana, Manjeet.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Surabhi.
everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Happy to
Thank
take
you.
questions.
Business has a bigger impact on society.
After one more insightful session, we are back for the last session for the day, Institutions as Knowledge Hub, a perspective from India and abroad. People here, you are here at the Career Summit. Do join us tomorrow also, and keep texting in your questions on the comments box. For this last session, we have on the panel Maneesh Chabra, Director, Indian Education Network, Ashish Bhatnagar, Principal, International School of Sigils, Aisha Siddiqa, Educational Leader and CEO of iTransforme, and Atul Khosla, Founder and Pro Vice Chancellor, Shulini University. The session will be moderated by Mr. Pranav Bhatia, Founder of Stirring Minds.
Hey,
Over to
Manish.
you, Pranav.
Good to catch up, Manish, after a long time. Huh?
Thank you so much, Pranav. And this is a complete day. You and your team is going to organize this career summit, and I was seeing this summit, and this is some topics and speaker was amazing. And congratulations to you, Surbi, and the complete team of Career Guide First.
Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So, as we have more people join in, let me just talk about what we are planning to discuss on this topic. So, we are mostly looking at these education institutes as centers of excellence and compare it to the situation outside India. Like, what's the scenario outside, and how do we compare it to the Indian institutes? Is it that people outside are preferring Indian institutes? If yes, then for what reason? And if Indians are going outside, then what's the reason? And has COVID changed any of it? Right. So, what are your thoughts on this? If you were
So,
to say
Pranav,
something.
in this today age when we are living in a knowledge economy, it is very important to create academic institution of eminence where which will not only give wings to the aspiration of youth but also attract students who will come here in quest of knowledge and in process to also get a first hand insight into our age old culture and heritage, which will make them our cultural advocate through their life once and they return to their homeland. The NESCO McKinsey report Perspective 2020 transform business, transform India. I think in 2009 they published their report, and they said long back that only 26% of India engineering graduates were employable. The situation has undoubtedly improved since then, but still we have miles to go in the right directions. Some steps which may definitely help in establishing India as a global education hub is there. The first one is internationalization. We need to attract best talent, teaching talent to India and give them a atmosphere where they can thrive in terms of their teaching and research assignment. It also significantly increase the scale of student exchange and collaboration with colleges, educational and specific in research institution and entrepreneurship also, and they can facilitate best research, they can facilitate best practice sharing in content pedagogy etc. Also we need to mentor our student by helping them establish a holistic global perspective of things, and they should take part in seminar conferences and exhibition around the world, joining in the international competition etc. The second point I would like to say that the research-oriented approach. Atul Khosla, who is the co-founder of the Chulin University, hadn't joined yet, but the universities like Chulin University is doing great work in terms of research. And if we take the numbers, US had invested heavily in research on cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, etc. With a spend of I think around 2.7 or 2.8% of GDP. Japan Global 30 project promote the internationalization of Japanese universities with an R&D spend of 3.6% of GDP. Similarly, China has rolled out the Double World Class project, funding selected academician and research in the field of studies with a spend of 2.1% of GDP on research and development. So, building world-class universities with a major research and development spend of 0.8% of GDP in India is little bit low. So we have to promoting and celebrating a culture of innovation and thought leadership in education, technology creation. So this is the need of ours, and most progressive countries have rolled out various schemes to address the changing needs of the labor market with an average year-to-year increase of 25 to 28% in fund dedicated to the state of the art research and development. A minimum of 50% of university resources should be spent on research. Also, intellectual property rights should be the fast track to motivate and encourage research. So research is the second thing what I would like to say, this is more important. Third is ensuring best in class faculty. The faculty student ratio should be at par with global standard. Also, a sizable percentage of them should come from industries and social sector. Also, more cross is needed between academic and industries. Industry professionals with substantial experience should be roped in to teach in higher education institutions. Academically, should work closely with the industry's leaders to facilitate innovation, incubation, sponsorship, research and development, entrepreneurship, and consultancy projects. So these are the 3 points. And the fourth, we can say the entry of overseas universities in India. Proposal to create a educational hub, it is being discussed for quite some time to explore various options to facilitate the entry of overseas universities in India. And the new education policies, has a mandate, the Indian universities can establish their university in abroad, and they can also establish their university in India. So thanks to new education policy, and this comes points up. And the fifth and last point I would like to say, we have to increase the scholarship. So the state government also participate into the scholarship schemes, more scholarship schemes, and these scholarship schemes should focus on students from developing nations extra, and will help in building increased visibility of brand India in a global education arena, which will help in attracting all stakeholders like talented young minds, best in class faculty with global exposure and quality international partners in different areas.
Thanks, Maneesh. Pranav, Atul has joined founder Shulini University. He was quick to get on the link. Thanks, Atul. Fantastic to have you here.
Thank you, Surabhi. It's a pleasure.
Yes, Pranav, over to you.
Right. So, Atul, we were just trying to get some views on how does the Indian education system compare to the global one, and what does it take for us to compete? And has COVID brought in any changes in the going scheme of things? So, your views on it.
So, Pranav, do you want a diplomatic answer or a factual answer?
Something that's got a lot of element of truth in it.
Okay, wonderful. I think when we look at the best educational systems of the world, whether it's Australia or it's the US or it's the United Kingdom, increasingly Singapore, Hong Kong, China, you need to realize that India, despite whatever we say, is way, way, way behind. How do we judge that? There are multiple parameters around which we can judge. First, of course, is how many foreign students from developed markets, not Africa or South Asia, choose India as a preferred destination, despite our cost. And the answer is minuscule. Despite very significant effort from the government of India, you'll still see very, very marginal numbers of students from developed markets, developed nations coming over to India. So that's the first parameter. Sure. The second parameter is really around rankings. When students think about studying in another country, they look at global rankings. There are two predominant rankings in the world, QS and the THE. I am sad to say that both in TH and QSC, Indian institutions are far, far, far behind global institutions. For example, in the THE, the highest ranked Indian institution, which is IISc Bangalore, is 350 to 400 in the world. In QS, the highest ranked institution is around 200 in the world, which I think is IIT Bombay, if I'm not wrong. Now let's compare this with China. And I'm not even talking about the developed countries. China has 15 to 20 institutions in the top 100. between QS and THE. The QS Asia rankings were out very recently, Pranav. And the highest ranked Indian institution, IIT Bombay, was ranked 37 in Asia. All the three Singapore universities, NUS, NTU, and SMU, are in the top 10 in Asia. So I rest my case. Shulini, I'm delighted to say, this time debuted in the Asia rankings. We came in the top 300 in Asia, which makes us 38th ranked in the world, in Asia, and 7th best in amongst private universities in the country. Now, the whole point I'm trying to make over here is that one, of course, is the quality of education, and we can say that the quality of education in the IITs is very good, but then the world also has to believe in it. And they will believe if you can move up the ranking charts. And as of now, the ranking charts are way behind. The third is how innovative and how new our pedagogy is. And again, over here, if you look at especially the more, I would say, developed institutions, which are more government institutions, they have major challenges in terms of, I would say, frequency at which they change pedagogy. I was talking to a friend of mine who also is a senior professor at one of the IITs, and he was telling me that some curriculum has not changed for years. So I'll pin hopes not on the old IITs, I'll pin hope on the new IITs. I think they're doing some very good stuff. IIT Mandi, Indore, Roper, and the likes. They seem to be more hungry, wanting to change. Some private institutions are doing very well, and I think we are also very hungry, trying to build in new pedagogy systems. So, as of now, we are nowhere in the global education system. Why Indians do well? Because you can also argue a lot of Indians go to the US and they do well. I actually believe it's plain population. You pick up 2,000 students out of 150 crore Indians, you're bound to get quality. I think it's pure statistics. It's pure, probability of success, and might not have to do so much about the quality of education that is given by the institutions. I mean, I remember I went to IIT Kanpur, and if you ask me how much of engineering I know, I would say this much. You can interpret whether it's zero or lots.
Sure.
But what I did learn was problem solving. So that's at least some way hats off to the IITs. I think they really push the students towards leadership and problem solving skills. So to cut a very long story short, is India in the knowledge hub of the world? Answer is no. Is there an opportunity? Answer is huge opportunity, Pranav. And the opportunity now comes from online. And I'll try to build a case over here. We have some great professors in India. We have low cost. We have people who are extremely innovative. So I will argue that someone needs to go out and build an India Coursera or an India edX, which actually goes out and delivers a MOOCs platform, which is way, way, way cheaper than Coursera or edX. Now, Coursera, as an example, at an average, if you buy Coursera on campus, is approximately $150 to $200 a year. That's a lot of money for Indian institutions. We have to try to deliver it at $20. And I think India can do that. So opportunity for someone in India, some institutions to get some very inspiring teachers, faculty members, and professors around and try to build a wonderful MOOCs. I think that could transform India to becoming a knowledge hub. There's also an opportunity when we think about knowledge around both academia and research. So there's an opportunity also for India to build its research platforms. We have the infrastructure, we have the people. I think we need to build in the passion and the belief that India can also have some of the best universities of the world. So I'm delighted that the new education policy is pushing towards that. It's a stated goal of the government of India under Prime Minister Modi that they want universities in the top 200 of the world. And that's why the Universities of Eminence scheme came about. So there are 20 institutions in the University of Eminence that have been awarded. And hopefully each one of them will move towards some big goals and make India a knowledge hub of the world. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, Atul, some very amazing points there. And In fact, you mentioned you learned problem solving at IIT. In fact, I would say that every Indian learns problem solving being in India itself, because there are so many problems around, right? So since your birth to the time you kind of
I'm
up
going to
there in
comment to that, Pranav. Sorry, I'm going to hold on to it because we
yeah,
guys are very proud of what we call Jugaad. And I
yes.
actually think that's killing India. We need to work towards perfection, my friends. Quality. You
Yes.
know, I have an eye for perfection. I see the way my engineers work just building, let's say, a building. They love double work, triple work in India. Apart from, of course, the high precision companies of India, I'm not talking about that. But the average Indian has no sense of quality. Look at our roads. There's a road being made from Chandigarh to Simla. It's now been 5 years. We couldn't get it right. You should go to China. I would encourage all the audience to go to China to figure out the roads that they've built, right? We can't build a straight road. We can't build a straight wall. Forget anything else. I think till we bring in quality and precision into our work, perfection into our work, Pranav, India will continue to struggle. I'm going to bring in a small quote of GRD Tata over here, who beautifully built the wonderful Pune factory of Telco or Tata Motors. And he gave a saying which was trifles are small things. Lots of trifles lead to perfection. Lots of small things lead to perfection.
Yeah.
But perfection is not trifle. Perfection is not simple. And that's the message I'd like to give to everyone sitting over here, that we need to start learning to do small things with perfection. And India will then become a great country. So yes, we know how to do jugaad, but we need to learn to do jugaad with perfection.
Wow, what a wonderful thought. So, on that note, there's one thing that comes to my mind because this pandemic happened and there was a lot of focus on online education, and that also comes in as an opportunity for Indians to shine across the world. So, I'll address this question to Manish, and then I'll probably get back to you, Atul, on your thoughts on this. So, whether like this present situation, has it just come in as an opportunity or is it more of a threat? Why I'm saying more of a threat is because earlier locals used to go to local universities because access to education, international education, was limited. People could not afford going to US to study there or UK to study there. But now with the online education, the Harvard and the MITs opening up and creating courses which Indians can take, so would it emerge more like a threat or as an opportunity? So Manish, your views on it, and then Atul, I'll come back to you on this.
Sir, either, every thread is a opportunities. So when there is no option, no universities, no institution can start their institution. The only option we have, the online education. And at this moment, every professor, either he is 60 years old or 65 years old or 25 years old, he know at this moment how to take lecture on Zoom and other platform which university is deployed. So every professor know how to take classes on Zoom. So this is the opportunity. Either we don't have any option, so definitely thread, obviously thread is there, but this is the opportunity. We converted this thread into opportunities. And at this moment, every university is taking classes online. They are conducting their exams online. The last year results, they declared, they take the class online and declared the result. And not only the online, the universities implemented this classroom, online classroom, with their ERP, so that they can see what is the progress going on, how many students are joining in, comes in the class, and all the thing. So definitely in near future, online education will work in that.
So, okay, interesting thoughts there. Atul, your view on that?
We live in a disruptive world, Pranav, and we all in India will have to step up. But I do see a very big shake up in the in the whole higher ed world. Uh, I think the winner, like any disruptive world, the winner will take all, or a bunch of winners will take all. So expect all these small, not so high quality mom and pop engineering colleges around the country. I think they will start disappearing. I think scale will come in into lots of institutions. It's already started happening. You'll see a very large MIT, a very large VIT, and a bunch of institutions. I think that's bound to happen. So I think that's one thing. So all these small colleges that I saw in Punjab under PTU or in UP and others will go away. I think the second question that you have to, I think, bring in would be, what do students want to learn? And our experience is that most Indian students want local context. A lot of Indian students want vernacular and contextual context. So expecting masses of India to go and sign up for Harvard and learning out of that, I don't think that's going to happen, because they just don't have the American context. They have a very Indian and very rural context. So it's an opportunity, like I said, for a lot of Indian universities to step up and provide online learning platforms to these students who want to get a degree for 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, and that's going to be online. And then there's going to be some students who want the university experience. So I think going forward, in my opinion, there won't be a need for very, very large universities, what I call big fat universities, people spending tons of money on infrastructure. I see a model where there'll be lots of hubs and spokes. For example, I have students from Himachal, and we have students from all over the world. And I challenge this fact that why should the regulation not allow me to open a university or a branch of Shulini in other states? Right now, it doesn't, as per the UGC Act. Because I should have 10 smaller campuses across Himachal. Why should a student from Mandi come all the way to Solan to study, as an example, right? So through technology today, I can deliver the same quality that I deliver on my main campus to my satellite campuses. So I think this whole concept of hub and spoke will come up. Education, higher ed especially, has to become cheaper, not more expensive. I think it has to become more standardized. And Indian universities like ours or others, which aspire to be global names, will have to step up. And I mean, it's very interesting, Pranav. 10 years ago, we used to see competition from within the state and in the region. 5 years ago, I presented to my board saying competition to Shulini is not in the region. We have to start thinking nationally. And I presented to my board around 6 months ago saying we should start thinking that competition is international.
Right.
Harvard is going to open a campus in India. I have to compete with Harvard Bang On or whoever, right? And I have to capture, and I actually will be better placed to capture Harvard students, because Howard delivers at $100,000 per year. I deliver at $2,000 a year. Probably 90% quality of Howard. I need to now take it to 100%. And bingo, I got a business model which is going to beat the shit out of them, right? And that's the way I think Indian higher ed universities need to start thinking about.
Wow. So interesting thoughts there. Maneesh, what do you think with the model that Atul has been talking about? Obviously, he's saying that there'll be no need for these investments on big campuses, and probably the hub and spoke model would work more. And probably the cost of education would go down. So what happens to the present campuses? In fact, I'm aware a lot of colleges are still struggling because they have a lot of investments into the infrastructure, and most of these hostels as well as the infrastructure is not being used, specifically in places like Greater Noida, other places where these education hubs are there. So what happens to people who are already invested? And if the cost of education goes down, would the incentive for people to get into education remain the same because of the large scale or law of large numbers? Or what's your view on the entire scenario?
Right, Pranav, as you said that the institution have lots of infrastructure and lots of institution had taken money as a loan and they have to repay their EMI, and with this scenario, they are not able to use the complete infrastructure. So just for example, one university in NCR, I am not taking the name, they are planning to, convert their campus into a medical college, because as of now they are not see their complete infrastructure is able to use. So they are planning to convert this entire university campus into a university, and they are planning to shift their university campus, 10-12 kilometer outside the town. So definitely universities has to think beyond the infrastructure, and I think they can start some incubation center, and they can promote more research in their university, in their campus, and some other option they have to explore. And definitely if a university which is a state university, he can establish their small campus in different location, and through the technology the student can read, and also they can get the infrastructure, the offline campus things.
Interesting. So, interesting thoughts there, where you mentioned that universities would need to look at alternate business models and alternate ways of utilizing their infrastructure. So, on that note, Atul, probably give some insights as to what you think can be the associated allied business models that a university might get into, because they have got these investments on infrastructure. Would they, in fact, my personal view on the entire education sector has been that going forward, the institutions would not remain the way we see them as of today. These physical infrastructures would probably be more of activity centers rather than more of classrooms, because a lot of education which is probably delivered in the classroom would happen online. But then, because there's an element of socializing involved in the learning process, people would go to these campuses need based, to probably interact, experiment, and work on projects, and so on so forth. So are there any associated business models or a roadmap for bigger universities, so to say?
So I think first of all, this is part of life. Bad luck to people who couldn't manage their universities or colleges well. That's sorry, I'm being very capitalist here, but that's how it is. That's work that happened in the textile industry. It happened in the auto industry. It happened in several industries. It could happen in higher education too. So that's one. Having said that, I think it's going to be a tough one, Pranav. If you couldn't get the basic university education right, expecting them to go out and become research hubs is not easy, right? It's going to be very tough. So in the context of that, I think there could be acquisitions that happen. For example, if the government promotes that, and they allow other universities to go out and acquire other campuses. The challenge, of course, is regulation at this juncture. So that could happen, right? I mean, that could be one model where people who have quality infrastructure could lease out their infrastructure to other universities. I think that's one. Like you rightly said, I also believe that why should you have a 3-year degree coming to college for 3 years? Yes, you need interaction. Probably you can do that interaction for 1 year, and 2 years you could be working. It could be one semester at Shulini, one semester working with Maneesh, coming back and working. So I think those type of models should emerge. Will they emerge in the near term? I don't think so. I think that's probably 5 to 7 years away. That's my opinion. What else will large universities do? I think definitely large universities will open more campuses. We are very actively looking at starting at least one more campus very soon. We're talking to a few state governments. So I think that will happen. You've already seen Amity going out and having many, many more Amities. And that's going to be, I think, the norm, because you have to go out and reach to your customer, which is the last mile. and that can only happen. And it's the right model, I believe, right? So if you have a central hub, in the case of Amity, for example, there's Noida, and then they're providing the knowledge all across. It's also happening globally, Pranav. Lots of global universities are also looking at these hub and spoke type of models. So I'm a big believer in that. Uh, I think it's going to be. It could also be very disruptive. It could also be things really change, and I might just be crystal gazing. There's one industry that has not been touched by disruption so far, technology so far, and that's education. And who knows? When disruption happens, then it's like a tsunami, right? It just changes everything. So I'm hoping that tsunami will happen for the good, because academic inflation that has happened over the last 15 years in universities is not sustainable. I don't see why, if my automotive car price is not going up, they are bringing in value engineering. Why should universities not bring that? I mean, they should. They've not brought that because there was no competition, right? I mean, because there was more demand than supply, and they'll have to sort of I think become more adaptive. Having said that, I think there'll always be a demand for lots of different types of universities. There'll be some who'll be on the high specialized end. In the US they call them Ivy Leagues. Then there'll be big mass universities which will have 30,000, 50,000 type of students, and then there'll be also guys who'll deliver at 20,000, 30,000 rupees, which will be very average. But then the world also needs average people, right? Everyone cannot be an Einstein. Someone has to do the work too.
Sure. So just a follow-up question there, because you mentioned you're looking at setting up a new campus and you're talking to state governments. In fact, I remember I had the privilege once to just do an evening stroll with Rajat Gupta at ISB, and he was talking about his experience of setting up the ISB campus, and the discussion revolved more around how he was first trying to set up in Mumbai, and there were a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks. And Chandrababu Naidu, in fact, on the contrary, offered him a lot of leeway with respect to freebies, and asked him to set up ISB in Hyderabad. And hence, ISB happened in Hyderabad rather than Mumbai. So just wanted to get some idea right now. Are these state governments competing for education institutes to be set up within a particular state? And if yes, then which is the state of choice? Do we see some states or some cities emerging more as education hubs, so to say, as compared to others? Or
Before that,
because
Pranav, I have to
there's
tell you the
yeah.
story. I was very actively involved with the setting of ISB. I used to be closely working with Rajat. I was in McKinsey in those days. So the
Interesting.
story is very simple. We had decided New Bombay, and just happened to meet Chandrababu Naidu by chance, and he basically said, "Come over tomorrow," and he immediately granted land, and the whole ISB platform moved from Mumbai to Hyderabad. I mean, that was Chandrababu Naidu's vision, right? And if you think about Hyderabad and you think about the area around ISB, a lot of it has developed because of ISB. I
Yes,
mean, the
that you
last
got it.
25 years, right? It's quite smashing what they've done. So what a visionary Chandrababu Naidu was. Is it as are people vying for that? I don't think so. I think it's way better than what it was 15 years ago when we started thinking about Shulini, where we were sort of seen as, Gabbar Singhs. Everyone thought we were crooks. That's the perception people have about private education, right? Crooks, because that's, and not rightly so, because who were building universities in those days? Real estate players, sometimes halwais, sometimes politicians, and that was the perception. Academicians are not there, or professionals are not there. So things are way better, Pranav, but you still have to navigate bureaucracy. It's not as if there's a red carpet and they'll sort of clear everything. You have to navigate the bureaucracy by ensuring that you convince them. My experience so far is that Punjab is very aggressive. They are very assertive in this. Telangana is very assertive. I think Telangana is also very aggressive. So these, I think, two states come out quite positively on private education. UP is also positive, but I think UP has a constraint. Few people want to go to UP or Bihar. So, but states that I've spoken to coming back, I think it's Telangana and Punjab are standouts. Chhattisgarh again. Chhattisgarh is also quite hungry.
Interesting. So, Manish, coming to you, while we were discussing private universities and the perception around it, Manish, your thoughts on are students as open to private universities, or is still there a roadblock with respect to the fact being that it's not a government university? Like if both are at par, are students able to kind of see that without a bias, or that bias still exists?
So I think Atul can give the better answer than me of this.
Atul, there was
So
this question by a user. Yeah.
No,
So
I can
this.
answer this very honestly. I think but for some very highly sophisticated students, there's a huge bias for, and it's not just for government institutions. I mean, it's for government jobs. I have known people who spent 3 years trying to become a clerk after doing a PhD. I don't know what the mindset of these students are, but yes, getting into a government institution is a huge tick for them, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges in India. When you ask me why did we set up Shulini, what's our mission, the way I answer is that if you are a 80% student, while we should be marks agnostic, but let's assume that marks shows excellence. If you're 80 to 90% marks, you're still very good. And if you're middle class or lower middle class, you can't get into IITs or NIT or even the state quality universities. You can't afford the expensive universities, the expensive private universities, let's say Shiv Nadar or Ashoka. There might be some scholarships, but that's not mass.
Sure.
So what do? You end up going to a very low quality second rung private university or a very low quality government university. And I think that's where the white space is, and that's what we're trying to fill. How do we provide world class education to this student who's lesser privileged, who's not elite in terms of his marks is not 98%, but still very good. I mean, who says that a 90% student is not good, right? And that's the challenge that we have. So if I was a student, I'll also be honestly making the same judgment, because I'd rather go to a bad government university than a bad private university, right?
Yeah.
And there are not that many private universities.
Right. So if we don't look at from a student perspective, if we look more from a perspective of these people who are running these universities, so is there genuinely an advantage that a government university has over a private university? Like obviously there's a perception in the minds of students, but if you were to compete
No,
with a
it's the
government,
opposite, Pranav. Private universities have way more advantage over government universities because we have the ability of flexibility.
Yes.
Which I mean, you should go to any. See, at the end of the day, competition drives. It's very simple. Competition drives excellence. So if you even if you're a real estate guy or you're a businessman, you are not stupid enough to lose your money, right? So if you put in a couple of 100 crores to set up a university and it's not doing well, you'll go out and benchmark yourself with the best and see what can I do. So what do? You get better faculty, you get put in better infrastructure, you put in better labs, you work towards skills of students, learning of students, placements of students. That's what everyone would like to do. So lots of very good work happening in private universities actually. So the average uh, private university today might be way superior than an average government university. And I'm not talking about this mom and pop colleges around. So you should. I mean, I've gone and toured at least and seen around 200 private universities, and they're good, Pranav. At least they're trying very hard. They're trying every day. They're trying, not because all of them are philanthropists like us, but some of them are doing it because of plain, market competition, right? Uh, is that applied in the government? Absolutely no, because I'm a government college, Solon. Do I care about placements? I don't think so. Do I care about NAC? Do I care about rankings? Do I care about any of that stuff? I don't.
Yeah.
Plus, there is bureaucracy and red tapeism.
Right. So on that point, in fact, would take views from both of you because you mentioned flexibility. Do you think it's easier for private universities to probably tie up with the best of the Ivy League across and offer them Indian campuses, or build some kind of hybrid models which probably would not be as easy for a government universities, and hence they can probably take that advantage?
I think the answer is yes, Pranav. The challenge is Ivy Leagues have their own standards. They also have they're very, very capital intense. I'll give some numbers over here.
Sure.
We're very proud of our IITs, right? We're very proud of IIT Kanpur, where I went, or IIT Bombay, or IIT Delhi. The average cost or expenditure of a IIT, average expenditure per year ranges between 1,000 to 1,500 crores, give and take. Right, the smaller ones might be 700 crores, the larger ones might be 2,000 crores, but that's the range, 2,000 crores, right? 1,000 crores, a lot of money in India. Do you know the budget of UPenn or University of Pennsylvania? Can anyone guess? It's $20 billion,
Wow.
right? So we're not even talking about, it's not even an apples and oranges comparison. It's probably an apple and almond comparison, right? So I think that's the question to be asked. If Harvard sets up a campus in India, first of all, I don't think they will. But if they do decide to set up a campus in India, then I don't think they'll go out and set up something piddly. So if you go to Abu Dhabi, New York University, you'll see amazing, huge campus, right? So the king has basically given amazing amount of land. They've put in billions of dollars into it. So will the government of India be ready to do that? Or will Mr. Ambani be ready? Probably Mr. Ambani might do that. Who knows?
Sure.
But apart from one or two people like Mr. Ambani, how many can afford multi-billion enterprises, right? So I think the smaller one, the tier 2 global universities will end up coming to India, not really the Ivy Leagues. That's my opinion, because they are hungry. They want to become international. So, for example, we are speaking very actively with Arizona State University, ASU, very, very good university of the US. They're very hungry because you have to realize they're also competing with it's all about competition, right? So ASU has to also compete with Harvard, and their strategy of competing with Harvard is to go international.
I heard ASU starting a lot of small campuses here in India, like with co-working spaces also. They probably tie up.
Yeah, so they are very innovative. So that's what they're trying to do, Pranav. So I don't know much about ASU's strategy, but all I'm saying is universities in that sort of tier 2 range globally are the ones who will be most aggressive. Don't expect Oxford to come to India, is all I'm saying. Probably University of Edinburgh would want to come to India.
Interesting.
Pranav, India is a very price sensitive country. So the tier 2 and tier 3, where the land cost is comparison is low, so that tier 2 and tier 3 cities, so university can do better. So no one want to spend 50 lakh rupees as a fees without any thinking and all the things. So if they wish to spend 50 lakh rupees in engineering or MBA, definitely they will think outside the India. So India is a price sensitive country, and I think the fee should be lower than the comparison of some big universities.
Okay, interesting. So yes, definitely India is a price sensitive country, and but then at the same time, we when we compete in a global scenario, I think quality is what matters, and for that probably people are. Okay, so this thought in my mind: is there a specialization area where India can build itself? Like, can it be Ayurveda or yoga or something else, wherein India can say that, okay, we want the world to come to us for this, if not for management, if not for HR, if not for something else, if not for medicine, but this is where we can probably build our knowledge, expertise, and be the best in the world.
So you hit the
Atul.
nail on the head. Pranav. You've just hit the nail on the head. We've always believed at Shulani that if you try to follow someone, you can only become possibly a good number two. You can never overtake them. So if India tries to follow the Eastern model of universities, there is no way we can compete with a $20 billion gorilla called UPenn.
Yes.
So we have to think about our model. And we call it ancient Indian wisdom. So there's a lot of wisdom that existed in India, whether that's yoga, whether that's Ayurveda, whether that's naturopathy, Vedic mathematics, and the likes. Also, how you deliver education. So our gurukuls, and we have done a lot of study in that, had hands-on, project-driven, transdisciplinary education, and that's how learning happened. Learning didn't happen the typical industrial way. So most universities of the world are built around the industrial revolution, and that's changing quite dramatically. So the new model of a university is not going to be a copy of an Oxford or a Harvard, but it has to bring in a blend of the East and the West, both in terms of the functions that it has, which is some of the ones you pointed out, and also how you deliver that educational experience. So, in fact, the university that we are proposing and we are trying to build is what we call the Yogananda University of Ancient Indian Wisdom. And we believe that's what's going to make it big. And I'll just take an example over here. I just spoke about the QS Asia rankings that came about, and we've done exceedingly well. Biggies like Punjab University and IIT BHU are behind Shulin in the rankings. I mean, it's unbelievable, but that's true. But that's how it works in disruption, Pranav. That smaller entities are more flexible, more agile, and can do new things, while larger players are typically defensive and they don't have the incentive to move fast. That typically happens. So if Indian universities have to be in the top 10 of the world, I think we'll have to just think very differently. We'll have to do something just like you said. And I think if the next Nobel Prize in Science in India has to come, it'll come in yoga. It won't come in physics, right? Or I mean, I wish it does, but my hypothesis is it'll come in yoga because we need to understand what our yogis have done and bring science to that.
Absolutely, Lou. I think that's where probably the focus should be to kind of capitalize on your strengths rather than try to kind of build upon your weaknesses or try and improve your weaknesses, right? I think India from the ancient times was the hub for Ayurveda and ancient wisdom and meditation and spiritual studies. So I think a little focus there might just be what we need. At this juncture, is there something specific that you're looking from the government? And Maneesh and Atul, you could just give your views. That probably hasn't been addressed in the education policy or things that you would want the government to do.
Manish, you want to pick this up or should I try?
So I think that the new education policies come, and I want this new education policy should be implemented properly. And we have lots of vision in new education policy. Definitely, my request to government is this should not be a draft or a paper of documents. You have to do lots of effort to implement this policy.
So I'll answer it a little differently, Pranav. So the new education policy wants the gross enrollment ratio to move from the current 28% to 50%. And if you do the maths, in the next 10 years or 20 years that it expires, $1 trillion of capital will be needed. $1 trillion. That's a hell of money needed. So the first question is, can $1 trillion come in on pure philanthropy? I don't think so.
Sure.
We already have institutions with left pocket, right pocket. I mean, we know how it works. So why not bring in profitability into higher education? Let's get real money into education. That's my first thought. With what we have done at Shulani, if I had access to private capital, I could have gone out and built 20 campuses across the country. I can't do it because I have funding constraints and I can't get money in the form of equity. So I think that's the first one. The government should rethink this whole question about if hospitals can be for profit, why should universities not be for profit? That's
Sure.
the first thing. I think the second thing is if you go back to the US system, which is probably the most successful university system in the world, it was the time of the World War when most of these large Ivy League universities came up. I'm not sure whether most of you know, but the Ivy League universities in the US are all private universities. They are not government universities. Harvard, Stanford, uh, Princeton, Columbia, and the likes, they're all private universities. So the government encouraged these private universities in the 1940s by giving them huge research grants. And that's how they became bigger and more powerful and better over the years. Unfortunately, in India, there's a huge bias against private universities. Sometimes rightly so, Pranav, because many of them are also hawks and they're trying to siphon off money. But there are some
Yes.
good private universities. So the government, I think, needs to identify them and also give them competitive grants. I'm not saying give them funding, give them competitive grants for competitive projects. And I think that money has to flow into private universities. I think that's the second thing I would say. I think the third area is about which the NEP also talks about is very large multidisciplinary universities need to be created, and hopefully the government will allow a lot of that to happen. And finally, regulation. You want to kill something, you just bring in a regulator, and that set of businesses will die. The reason why the Indian IT sector really grew was because my hypothesis is no one knew what was happening. There was no regulator. So that just boomed, right? There was no
Sure.
government interference. So I would say, can the government be, uh, can they have a regulator model where they can, yes, have a watch over the institutions, but not have this huge regulatory quagmire that we have today. I mean, I deal with 20 regulators on a daily basis. I spend 30 to 50% of my time just managing the regulator rather than on productive stuff. So I think that these are the four things that I would encourage the government if they're listening to me. So let's hope India moves in that direction.
Absolutely brilliant points there, right? Uh, you know, that brings me to this question. In fact, there's been some discussions by the user comments on something similar. And again, there's a lot of discussion around digitalization and all of that. So one thing that a user has asked is uh, dropping out is becoming the norm because people think that they can get the requisite skills by doing something online. And a lot of global top companies, including the likes of Apple, Tesla, Google, they have published press releases wherein they say that we don't need a formal education. As long as you're good with what you do, we are happy to absorb you. So, what's the relevance of formal university education in the scenario, in the present scenario? And should we encourage people who are pursuing probably their entrepreneurial ventures or probably want to drop out? What's your view on dropping out of formal education?
See, I'm a strong believer of formal education, Pranav. I think and we have to step back and ask ourselves, why do we have universities? I also hate this word called skill universities. I think the role of a university is not to provide skills. That's polytechnics and the likes. The
Sure.
universities have to provide the leaders. They have to give problem solving skills, leadership skills, collaboration skills, communication skills to students, make them better human beings. That's what Oxford does, right? That's what Harvard does.
Sure.
So I think going through that experience is very, very important for most people. Should it be in the form that it happens today? The answer is no. I mean, who says that a degree, I don't know, God ever said that a degree should be 3 years or 4 years. Somewhere someone decided, and then the world follows. So we need to challenge those concepts, Pranav. Uh, I think the change will also happen when the large majority of universities basically companies start asking and saying that we don't need a university degree. See, what you need to realize is that if I'm McKinsey, how do I hire? It is very expensive to hire, Pranav. So, yato there is some global body that comes up, which is a testing body, and you can scale people on different parameters, and you go over there. And that's what the university system really does. You go to IIM Ahmedabad, and you know that you'll have high quality 30 people to interview if you're McKinsey or Oliver Wyman or any of the other top consulting firms. But otherwise, you'll get millions of CVs, and then you'll have to have 50 people working on those, sifting through those, and trying to identify a needle in the haystack. So it's a difficult one. I think the biggest change will happen if Mr. Modi tomorrow says degrees are not needed to get into the IAS. But will the government be that bold ever? You can be a fourth class student and take the exam and get into the IAS, right? I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, right? So till that happens, till the government is going to look at degrees, I think degrees will continue. And that's all across the world. It's not India, right? I mean, it's the US, it's UK, it's Australia, it's everywhere. But for some 20, 30, 50 companies that you mentioned, pretty much everyone looks at a degree, right? And everyone looks at communication skills. I today read that IITs are going to teach in vernacular. Honestly, I don't know how it's going to work, because every large recruiter that students aspire to join, the first thing they check is ability to communicate in English. Period. Full stop. That's the reality of the country. That's the reality of the world.
Interesting.
So it's not that easy, right? I mean, these are big, bold moves, but the world still goes and takes its own time to change.
And so I was discussing one of the education minister, I think 1.5 years back, and say, I said, why don't you allow education as a for-profit business? And he lightly replied, Maneesh, sarkar girayega kya? So, and he added that, and he added that, in next coming 7 to 8 years, maybe not fully, but definitely some part of the investment they will allow for profit. I think 25% they can allow for profit, and 75% it will be continue as a philanthropy, and slowly the ratio will change in near future time. I think maybe 8 to 10 years, definitely government will allow education for profit business.
See, Manish, the case I was trying to build over here is that India doesn't have the best education system in the world. We also don't have enough supply, because our gross enrollment ratios are still at 26, 28%. If we have to build a great education hub or a knowledge hub, which is the topic of the discussion today, we need lots and lots and lots of money.
And then definitely, sir, every person start the education for philanthropy. Definitely, some players will say, no, we will not do for this philanthropy.
So वही मैं कह रहा हूँ कि अगर if you want $1 trillion, if you need it, so probably $20 billion will come out of $1 trillion through philanthropy.
Philanthropy, absolutely right.
But where do you get the remaining $980 billion? So you need to realize that the world works on profit, right? I mean, everyone wants to, right, Pranav? I mean, that's enterprise.
Absolutely, but then there are some comments here wherein somebody mentioned the discussion went from talking on education should be affordable to discussions on private universities. So what I'm just saying is that is there a solution possible where students want affordable education?
Pranav, I'm going to challenge this thought. Who says that for-profit cannot be affordable?
That's what is the perception. The perception is that private universities charge a lot of money.
In fact, the moment you bring in competition, things will be affordable. Let us go back. Let us go back 30 years and let us think about the cars we used to drive. Right? There was a for teacher ambassador and a more for teacher Prima Padmani, which were the two cars. And then competition came up. I still remember the automotive industry is the most competitive industry in India today. You'll all agree. In 1995, I bought my first Maruti Deluxe car, I remember. It cost me 2,87,000 rupees. Even today, when you go to buy an Alto, it'll come around 3.5 lakh rupees. Despite huge amount of inflation that has happened in everything else, you still have a great car at 3.5 lakh rupees. Why? Because competition brought efficiency into the system. The educational system is extremely, extremely inefficient. Our classrooms are used 2% of the time. Our faculty works 35 hours a week. Not sustainable, Pranav. The moment competition comes in, the system will become efficient. I'll give you another small example. Every classroom of this country looks different. Am I right? You can go to ID Kanpur, their classroom looks different. You go to ID Delhi, their classroom looks different. You come to Shulini, our classroom will look different.
Yes.
There's at least 40% capital efficiency loss because they're not the same. But tell me, why should the classroom not be the same? Why should it not have the same blackboard and then bring in efficiencies of purchasing and bring in efficiencies of delivery? Isn't that what the automotive industry does?
Absolutely.
So affordability and profit are two different things. The most affordable airline of India is a profit airline and not a government airline.
Absolutely.
So please, audience, don't confuse between profitability and affordability. You should demand quality at the lowest price. And that's what you should get. Whether someone makes money or not, that is his or her will. I will never do it for profit. Don't get me wrong. I do it for philanthropy. But how many Atuls are there, Pranav?
I understood. I think the common perception, or in fact, the common want is that people want the government to subsidize a lot of what they spent on, right? And I think that's what they want on the education front. But I don't know, somebody is paying for it, right? Even if the government is subsidizing, right?
Anyway, it's a long debate. It's been so wonderful talking to Pranav. You're such a wonderful moderator. I have truly enjoyed the discussion.
Yeah, it was so amazing to hear your points on how the private universities and the Indian ecosystem compares to the US one and so much more. It was so enlightening. Both of you guys here, Maneesh as well as Atul, it's been so amazing to have you here. And I think this debate, obviously, as you said, can never end and it can go on and on. But then for the limitation of time.
I'll just end by, Pranav, if you allow me, I'll just make one last remark.
Right.
We cannot become an economic superpower unless we have a great knowledge economy. And to build a great knowledge economy, we need a great bunch of universities in India. So let's all of us work towards making India the knowledge hub of the world. Luckily for us, our Prime Minister is aligned. Hopefully in the next 10 years, we will have lots and lots of world-class universities in India and lots of great students coming out of these universities, and we will find or refine our place in the world. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And thanks a lot for joining. It was such a wonderful opportunity and pleasure to speak to both of you. And heartfelt thanks from all of us here on behalf of all the students who are listening to you.
Thank you, Pranav, and thank you, Maneesh. It's a pleasure always to interact with all of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was a wonderful session. With that, we come to the end of today's session. Do not forget to join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. We have some more exemplary sessions lined up for you on reinventing your career during COVID times, and a keynote by Jasmine Wallman, international life coach, and also some on taking up the entrepreneurial part. So thank you for all of you for joining us today. See you tomorrow at the same time.
business has a bigger impact on society